Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the second day of the semi-finals of the FIDE World Cup 2023. This is a huge day today because Pragnananda is going to fight against Fabiano Caruana for the spot in the finals. It's a big day for all Indian fans, guys, and that's the reason why I'm going to put up a poll right now. Who's going to make it? Will Pragnananda make it today? Will Pragg make it today to the finals? Yes, he will. Okay, for that he has to win with the white pieces. No, he will be knocked out. And the third option is it will be a draw, tie breaks. So these are the three options, and you need to vote for it on your page where you're watching this. Let me show you a few slides as to what has happened until now, what has been the route to the finals for these players. So this is the scorecard that we have right now. Pragg has drawn against Fabi in game 1, while Magnus has beaten Nijat Abasov. We also have here Pragg. His route to the finals was beating Maxime Lagarde in game number 2, beating David Nawara in game number 3, in match number 3, Hikaru Nakamura in game number 4, Burkesh in match number 5, and Arjun Erigaisi. Now he's taking on Fabiano Caruana. And Caruana's route has been with Mikhail Michedlishvili in the second round, then Yilmaz Mustafa in round 3, Ray Robson in round 4, Duda in round 5, and Dominguez Perez. So amazing performance by Caruana, and he was stretched only to the tie breaks one time against Yilmaz. Meanwhile, Pragnananda had to go to tie breaks two times, right until the wire against Arjun Erigaisi and one more time against Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus Carlsen has also been quite flawless in this tournament. He beat Levan Pansulai in the second round, then Aryan Tari in the third, then Vincent Kaimar gave him a real scare in round 4. Ivanchuk was actually not the toughest opponent for Magnus. He beat him 2-0, and then Gukesh, one and half, also a smooth victory for Magnus there. And now he's facing Nijat Abasov. Nijat, the find of the tournament, the local boy, he beat Makoto in round 1, then Laurent Fressinet, then Anish Giri, then Peter Swidler, Salem Saleh, and Vidit Gujarati. Will Nijat's route at this World Cup come to an end right now? Or will we see him creating another upset by beating the world champion, former world champion, 5-time world champion, and world number 1, Magnus Carlsen? We do not know. And by the way, the games have started. This is the women's board right now that we are seeing. Nurgul Salimova yesterday drew with Goryachkina. Today she has the white pieces. Meanwhile, Pragnananda has opened the game with 1d4. Wow. We're going to witness 1d4 today. Let me quickly go and get my phone here so that I can watch the chat. Once again. Okay, guys, all good, all good, all good. I'm back here. And, oh, we are already witnessing d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight to f3, and, guys, what is the move that leads to the queen's gambit declined here for black? Let me see if my chat chess moves is working today or not, because ooh, it seems to be working. Let me see. And guys, yes, we have it working. We need to just improve it a bit, give it some more space. Everyone's written d5. Wow, what a beautiful answer there. And chat chess moves is working, so that is awesome. A big shout out to Keith for making this happen. Okay, all good. So it's working well. And let's see, Yash Tandon, Alok Raj, Praveen Tilekar. Maybe you guys cannot see the names. I should do it this way. Perhaps that's better then. Then the names can be seen. Satwik Trivedi, Sai Kumar, Shahnaz, Saurabh, like Swapnil, Yash Dave, and Arun A. Well done, guys. Amazing. We have the chat to smooth back today, and I'm very, very excited. D5 is the Queen's Gambit declined, and now Pragnananda very quickly plays his pawn to G3. And this is known as, guys, this is known as what? Yes, it is the Catalan. Exactly. It is the Catalan. The Catalan opening is here. G3 played, and then Bishop E7. He's going for the closed Catalan because generally you want to play D takes C4, and then it leads to the open Catalan. But Bishop E7, Bishop G2, castles, and here also there is a sort of a, I would say this is the closed Catalan if you go c6, while d takes c4 leads to the open systems, and Fabi does take on c4. Now Pragnananda has three main moves here, guys. I have a question for you. What was the move that Nihal Sarin played here against Caruana that led to him getting a good advantage? What was that move? Nihal Sarin played a very good move here, and that came as a surprise. By the way, let me also get our chat, our moves here on the screen. There are two bars needed, right? Sorry, the dhokebaz meter. If we can get that working, lot of interesting features we have today. I think it should be up. Yes, there we have the two bars. We'll also put the women's bars in a bit. And let me see if you guys have got it right. Yes, this is correct. In fact, 95, not Queen C2. 95 was the move. Alvin, Seema, Sanish, Keyur, Sultana, Hemant, Tim, Aryan, Yash, and Nimal. All of you have got it right. Brilliant job, guys. Knight comes out to e5, and that was what Nihal Sarin had played against Nepomniachtchi. And after knight c6, bishop c6, takes, queen e8, take. Remember, there was again a novelty that was played here. Yes, the beginners, very good. In fact, Shaumik Banerjee, Yash Tandon, we have such an amazing uh, Vinayak Marar, who remember actually Bishop e3 was Nihal's move. So today, Pragg says, I'm going to play the main move Queen c2. And a6 was played. You know, I used to play here Queen c4. Like whenever I used to play the Catalan with white, b5, Queen c2, Bishop b7. This is how it would. And now the main lines, there are many moves, but I used to love this line with Bishop g5. And it was very, very nice. There was knight bd7, and then I would take. The main idea is not to allow black to play c5. And after Bishop f6, sometimes some people would make a mistake, Why is this not a good move? White to play, guys. What would you play? It's a very good move. Na3 was Carlsen Giri. True. Chess Shastra. That's a good one. Yes, we have a lot of you who's answered this. Guys, we also have the live board now for all of you who were like, oh, we want to see the live game. I don't know if it's big enough, but at least it's there. But it is not. Yeah, now you can also see the live board, so you have no issues. Yes, the right move now is knight g5. Sai Prabha is correct. Shruti, Amonkar, Shaumik Banerjee, Tanushri, Seema, Sanish, Survayo, Chess Shastra, Gandhar, SpongeBob. Fantastic job, guys. Amazing. Knight g5 is what I had once played. This was, I think, my game against Abhishek Kelkar. And take this bishop because there's a mate and white is better. Okay, anyway, in the game, Pragg did not take this pawn. And Pragg said, I'm going to put my pawn on a4. Now, the thing is, you can't play b5, so this does become your problem piece. Fabi said, if you don't allow me to develop my bishop this way, I will bring it out this way. So he played bishop to d7. Now, queen takes c4, bishop c6. So the bishop now is on a nice diagonal. Pragg gets the bishop out to f4. Bishop d6 played. And now he goes queen c1 back. And Fabiano instantly goes h6. And you can see Pragg's time before this move was 134. But after h6 was played, he's now thinking 129. Wow. He's thinking for a bit. And this means that for now, Pragg seems to have been out of his prep. Let's quickly check on our board whether this has happened anytime before or not. We have our reference board here with Chessbase 17 and Mega Database. That's also our main product for the day. If you can see here, link in the description. If anyone wants to use Chessbase and Mega Database, go for it. It will really help you because now, like you can see, I can check how many times has this position come, and this is one of the features which I use a lot to see if any new ideas have been played. D takes c4, queen c2, a6, I play a4. This has been played in 9,700 games. Bishop d7, queen c4, bishop c6. This is already 5,747 games. Bishop f4, bishop d6, queen c1, 671 games. And now the main moves have been a5, knight bd7, bishop f4. These are the main lines, but he went h6. It was played in 8 games. And guys, what name do we have always? Always we have his name. Can you read it here? The guy who always plays this any new opening that we find has been played before by him. Yes, Sanchit Sharma, you are right. Tanushri Guru Raj. Anish Giri is here as well. He has played it with Duda. This line at Aim Chess Rapid. Also, Ding Aronian, we can see at the Skilling Open has happened. So it's quite a well-known line. Sargisian, Kazimjanov. So these are the 3 top players who played it. And in these games, the main move had been played was knight to c3. But actually, if you look at what Duda did, he went rook d1 against Anish. And all the games have ended in a draw, which just shows that maybe we are expecting that this could also end in a draw. Rook e1 has been played here in another game between Ding and Aronian. So that's how this line is. Not very well known, but this h6 move seems to have caught Pragg by surprise here. So going back now, By the way, guys, if you want to get your Chessbase 17 and Mega Database, it's the first link in the description. Check it out. It can be very useful for your chess. Now, what move would you play? Guys, I want to know, if you were in Pragg's shoes right now and you face this over the board, just think with a fresh mind. What would you do here? Ooh, look at Hemant. He says, is it okay to take on h6? Hemant, that would be a very dangerous thing to do. But at the same time, it's definitely worthy of consideration. Akash Sinha says, YouTube has heavily censored your channel, dude. It never recommends your channel. I'm very surprised, Akash. In fact, for this World Cup, we have had many people watching our videos and also our channel. So maybe, I'm not so sure. Okay, let's see what are the moves that have been recommended. The main moves that have been recommended is knight c3. And it's the most logical move, I believe, knight to c3. However, Pragnananda, after a thought of nearly 9 minutes, comes up with the move rook e1. So all those who said rook e1 can be very happy about themselves. Seema, ABS, Yash, Mosquito, Raj and Ajen, you guys are thinking like Pragg. Now, as we just saw in our mega database right now, I mean live database, that this has been rook e1 is a move that has been played only once, but has been played by none other than our current world champion Ding Liren against Aronian, and that game had continued with knight bd7, knight c3, and now a very typical move that you all should be aware of. What should black play here, guys? Because if you don't do that, you will be in massive trouble. It's a typical idea, but I'm not going to give you any hints. Black to play. It's very important to know this concept. Yes, Shaumik Banerjee is correct, and also Sudalai Kumar is correct. Also, we have Praveen Tilekar is right. And you know why this move is important? For all the people, like let's just say the move that many of you have been mentioning is e5. That's not a good move, guys. That's just a free pawn because I'm already controlling that square thrice. I am actually threatening to play e4, correct? So knight to e4 is what I was expecting all of you to say, because in that way, after take and take, sorry, let me just have this. Yeah. So here I'm threatening to play e4 in this position. E5 is not possible. So this is the best move. And actually we can look at how the game went. Knight e5 was played, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, bishop takes c6. He took a pawn. So in the end, it does seem like, oh, that did happen. GH, queen at 6, queen e7, rook e4. So your idea, not so stupid, guys. In the end, I think Ding was playing for a win, perhaps. But yeah, this ended in a draw with a perpetual. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Let's see if anything of that sort happens. Rook e1 played, and in the game, knight bd7 was played here by Levon. We can see what will happen here. Where is Amruta? She's going to join very shortly, guys. Let's reach 1000 likes right now. Our stream has only 167 likes. If you guys can like and take it to 1000, would be amazing before Amruta arrives. Do like the stream, and today our aim is to reach 12 lakh 67,000 subscribers. We are at 12 lakh 65,000. We are hitting 12 lakh 66,000 here. That is an epic number. And guys, also let me remind you that we are running a fundraiser during the World Cup which is known as the Help Chess fundraiser. And we've done really amazing work along with you by all of you have contributed on helpchess.org, our charitable foundation to help chess players. And here are the details of all the people who have contributed. In fact, on yesterday we had perhaps a small number of people who contributed on 19th of August. These were the number, but a heavy 89,000 rupees was raised, and the total amount has now reached 7,90,841. And Prashant, who is from Quantbox, has also contributed 2 lakh, which makes it 9,90,000, which is very close to our goal of 10 lakh. So guys, if you also would like to contribute to this, please do consider supporting through helpchess.org, and your name will come right up there. You can see Nishchaya Sharma has contributed 200 rupees and his name is there. He's the 746th believer. Maybe we can hit 750th, because someone who had come 2 days ago had said we should hit 750, and today is her birthday. Anyone who is aware whose birthday it is today, guys? A chess player's birthday is there today. Yes, it is Tanya Sachdev's birthday. Oh, meanwhile, we've crossed 12,66,000 subscribers. Guys, thank you so much, all of you, for subscribing. We are hitting now, moving confidently towards 13 lakh. That was our aim in this tournament. And I guess we still have 4-5 days left. Who knows what will happen? Tanya Sachdev's birthday is being celebrated today, and at Chessbase, we have 2 of her products which we have since quite some time now. They are not new ones, but you can go and check it out. It's called Improve Your Chess with Tanya Sachdev and Improve Your Tactics with Tanya Sachdev. It's the link in the description. Today we also have an offer of 20% off on that, so you can get it and use it. It's a video course, and to get better you can try it out. Okay, so rookie 1 played here, and now we are waiting for Fabiano's move. Maybe he takes here. This could happen. Guys, taking here is also a very common idea in this opening, because this bishop is given up, the light squared bishop. And now, what is a good move here for black? This is a typical idea. Whenever you give up this bishop on c6, you play this as the next move. Once you give this up, you play this as the next move. Oh, and we already have crossed 1,000 likes. Thank you guys for liking. Tanya's birthday is celebrated as Sanitizer Day. Amazing. Amazing. And so, let's see what all of you have come up with. Yes, the move that I was expecting, guys. Well done. Excellent job. C6 is the move. Fantastic work here by Saksham Kaul, Sai Prabha, Shaumik, Yash Tandon, Deven Tiwari, Nimal Krishnan, Hamdan, Karthika, Seema, and Rahul Salgare. Amazing job. The move is c6. So the point is, once you give up your bishop, you then create some kind of a fortress against this. It's called a granite structure, and e3 is played by white, and then this position goes on. It's considered roughly equal. You can also go a5, maybe get your knight here, or you can play knight bd7. Vidit is a big expert of this opening, and well, maybe if he can join us today, he can explain us the intricacies, but we don't know. Okay, Abasov versus Magnus Carlsen. Today, Magnus in a must Abasov in a must-win situation against Magnus. Not easy, but he has the white pieces. We have our 748th believer. We started off with 746. We already have 2 believers today on helpchess.org. So thank you so much to, let me just see. One is Swaroop Kumar Mohalik, who's just contributed 1000 rupees, and before that Sagar Patil contributed 500 rupees. So thank you so much, guys, for your very, very kind contribution. Okay, d4 by Nijat. Magnus goes knight f6, knight to f3. He plays d5, very solid. Bishop f4, bishop f5, e3, e6. So we are seeing a complete symmetry on the board. Knight bd2. Magnus is like, let's copy each other. Let's see what you're coming up with. And now Nijat says to Magnus, copy at your own discretion, because if you go c5, there will be some issues you will face, as I will take here. And if you take here, then I will take here. And if you take here, then unfortunately, this will come with a check. And you cannot take this with a check. So you can't keep on repeating what I'm doing here. Magnus says, okay, I understand. I'll take here. Okay, so once you take here, now Nijat says, thank you so much, brother. Because what you have done essentially is that you have let me develop my bishop in one go. Bishop takes c4 has been played. And now bishop came out to d6. Magnus like, Nijat, take an extra move. No problem. I'm fine with it. I'm going to play bishop d6. And we have 749th believer. Meanwhile, Saurabh Agarwal has sent 1. Wow, Saurabh, thank you so much. And now Nijat plays his knight to e5. Very interesting. Oh, Himang says today is the birthday of another amazing personality in the chess world. Now 94 years old, Leonard Barden. Wow. I know he had the longest running sort of corner or segment in a newspaper, I think in Guardian or Telegraph, maybe one of the two. And he has been a great promoter of chess. So very happy birthday to Leonard Barden and Tanya Sachdev, and joining us all the way from the bedroom. Hello, Amruta Mokal. How are you?
Hey, very sorry for being late, but how is it going, Sagar?
Well, Amruta, this is right now the position between Magnus Carlsen playing with black against Nijat Abasov. I like Abasov's opening choice because he's put the knight right in the center and he's telling Magnus, you can't take my knight because then you will get brutally forked and so you will be in trouble. At the same time, if you give me your bishop, I'm more than happy with my bishop pair. So Magnus is in some kind of a situation, not so sure what to do. And so guys, I'm going to seek your help today. Amruta, we also have the chat chess moves working in a new way today. White to play. What do you do here? Sorry, black to play. What do you do? And we have, Amruta, so many believers today. We started off with 746 and now we already have 7 more. So I'm going to show and read all the names here, that is of the people who have contributed on Help Chess. Ayush Rana 101, thank you Ayush. Shriram Kumar 300, Rajesh Kumar 201, and Saurabh Agarwal 1111. So thank you all for your contribution. Meanwhile, we have the answers. Let's see what they have said. C5 is what some want to play. Some want to play castles. Okay, guys, castling is a completely normal, natural move. So good job, all those who said that. All those who said c5. Also, I would really be a little bit worried for 2 reasons. Because one, you are sort of making your bishop loose. And generally in such positions, a typical tactic is to take here. Take here and then take this. So I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm really going for the move that has been mentioned by the people here. Knight e4, Charvi, Sudhakar, Vipul, Aditya, Vyaktitva. Vyaktitva, Amruta. Mandar, Krishna, Svetlana, Kalyan and Kars. It's a very interesting name, Shwetlana, because I thought Svetlana is a name and Shweta is a name, but Shwetlana.
Do you know we had two back-to-back contributors as well?
Yeah. Oh, we are at 755 now.
Hmm.
Wow. That's amazing, guys. Thank you so much to Abhinav for contributing 200 and Vihar Joshi for contributing 100. That's brilliant, guys.
Oh, nice. Ruchir says Amrita being Magnus. But guys, do check out Sagar's shots of Pragnanda being Magnus. That was very well done by Abhidaya.
Yeah, by the way, here I like this move 94 a lot because then what happens is you are ready to actually take here and there won't be a fork on two pieces. Also, you are trading pieces. I think that would be a nice thing.
So Magnus needs a draw. What is your prediction? Will it go to tie breaks or draw?
Well, I think it's still early days in this game, but my feeling is that this will most likely end here for Nijat. Although the opening he has chosen is a good one, I would not think that it's easy to equalize as black instantly. White has developed, white is going to castle, white is going to put the rook here. It's an easy position to play.
Yeah, so mostly, and Nijat has gone into many tie breaks, right? If I'm not wrong. So that's
many.
the only possibility. But otherwise, I also think this will be the end today.
And yesterday, he did put Magnus under pressure. He almost made him sweat. If he had found the queen f1 move, he would have won the game.
Yeah, but Magnus plays football, so he's used to it.
Yes, that is true. Also, Magnus is not married, so he doesn't know, like, generally, otherwise, everyone's a little bit worried, right?
We have Pratap Reddy who has sent 500 rupees just now.
Pratap, thank you so much for your contribution to Help Chess. That is wonderful. Also, we had Sudarshan Hegde just before that who's contributed 500. So we have had a lot of believers today.
Yeah.
That is amazing, guys. Thank you.
And we have two Abhinavs, Abhinav and Abhinav 2. So we have actually three Abhinavs who contributed. But
Thank
Sagar, how is Pragnananda doing?
So Pragg's position, Amrita, we saw till here, Queen C1. And then Caruana played the move H6. And the thing is,
Yeah, can you take?
Bishop H6, G H6, Queen H6 is not so good.
Yeah, it's like that temptation which you have for chocolates or biscuits, you know. You
Yes.
just eat it, but then you realize later that it was not a good idea, right, Sagar?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why I've stopped eating chocolates, at least for since 1 or 2 days.
Since they know yesterday you ate something.
No, I
so-
didn't eat chocolate. By the way, guys, this is a bad sacrifice, but what is the typical move to defend here for black? I want to know, and I've showed this on stream often. So if you can think and let me know. Meanwhile, Karan Totlani has sent 501 rupees. Thank you so much, Karan. Guys, you can check out helpchess.org. It is an charitable trust registered by Chessbase India. It's called Help Chess, and it is
It helps
promoting
chess.
chess and it is ATG registered, so you will get tax benefits if you contribute. And also there's a believer, and if you contribute above 50,000, we have big believers. We have 16 big believers who've contributed. All of them will soon play a simul, and we are hoping to get a top Indian player to play the simul here against all of these 16 members. So if you would like to contribute as a big believer, you can be part of that simul that will occur very soon. Meanwhile, the move that has been mentioned is knight at 7 here. Very good job done by Ishpreet Singh.
Avva Hari, Sendil Nathan, Saumik Banerjee, Tanushri Gururaj, Varat Kausidkar, Paule Tabatse, Dhruv Yadav, Chess Shastra, and Arpit Adhikari.
Brilliant job, guys. So that's the reason why this sacrifice was never happening. Pragg went rook e1. This was the same move that Ding played against Aronian once, and it's the only game in the database, rook e1. Bishop f3 happened. very surprisingly.
So Caruana is
takes.
okay to give double bishop advantage, or is the
And
dark
then he
square
took
bishop?
here.
Okay.
Pragg went and took. And I was expecting, Amruta, I had shown them that whenever you give up this bishop, then the next move that you can expect generally is c6.
Like a granite, as you say,
Yeah.
right? B7, C6. Okay.
But
But
now I think white has a small edge because of knight a3. With the knight coming here, maybe I'll push a5. Look at these squares, which are slightly weakened, and my queen is very actively positioned. So instead of doing this c6 move, he actually went knight c6.
so first question is, it
Yeah.
will capture.
I'm also very much for doing that.
No, I don't know if I'm very much for or not. That I have to understand. That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking you. Sarvesh Telang has sent 301 rupees. Plus, oh, we have Vihar Zoshi also who sent 400 rupees. Then we had Best Movie Interstellar sending 1234 rupees. Karan Totlani has sent 501 rupees. Okay, this guy really wanted to tell that his best movie is Interstellar. Favorite movie.
Seems like Christopher Nolan has just come to watch this. Although he would have said best movie Oppenheimer, but well,
Yeah, but definitely not Tenet.
have you seen it, Amrita?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it actually. Or did I see with you?
No,
or-
anyway, you will never understand that. So good. No, I mean, it's a very tough one. So don't think that I understood.
Guys, let's just focus on the chess because Amruta is in a roasting mode today. Bishop takes c6, b takes c6. Now, this is what Amruta just mentioned.
Ask, yeah, it's my doubt, a query.
Yeah. No, I understand, Amruta.
Like normally, I hate to give up bishops, like as a personality trait, but in general,
So, to all the people out there, black's pawn structure is completely ruined after this, right? After I take. What has black gotten in return for that? Let's say, for example, I go knight c3. What would be your move as black? So maybe that way you will be able to tell us what is the advantage that black has received.
चिम्स आज अमृता न्यूलिस का ऑफकोर्स नहीं तो मैं इनविजिबल हो जाएंगे open B file. Majorly rook B8. That's what the majority of the people are saying, Sagar.
Yes,
Is that right?
that is the correct move. Rook b8 as suggested by 47 people.
Oh, Devin, Divya, Deepak, Saumik, Devi Charan, Yugi, Arya, Ejen, Shivam, and Dhruv. 5 people had their name starting with D, Sagar, in this answer.
But not the D file, it's the B file where you put pressure, and that is exactly why Pragg would be deciding whether to take here or not. Because while this does look tempting to snatch a pawn just like that, it is still, at the end of the day, giving black this very nice file and pressure on the B2 pawn.
So do you mean here if I go rook c1, let's say I continue attacking that doubled pawn on c6, will you go counter-attacking rook b8?
Yeah.
And I don't want to defend with queen d2 and stuff.
Yeah,
if I go rook c6, you go rook b2, just to, if I go rook a6, you go rook e2, I believe.
Yeah, that would be a very important pawn that you would lose, Amruta, rook e2, because now your d pawn becomes isolated, so you don't want to lose that. In fact, if I were white here, I would not want his rook to come into my position.
But can I interrupt you for a moment at that position? Normally what we say is a rook pawn against a knight. The importance of that is so much equal to 12th board exam marks kind of a thing,
Means not very important.
So here we feel that, that a pawn is an outside passer against that knight. So this was a game, I would not be very clear to assess it so quickly, as white is in slightly tough position. So that is what
Yeah, but
I was
Amruta, the
trying to.
knight will sit here because it's a permanent outpost and it's very quick to also control this. It's still far away from. So it's an interesting position, but not the best way to play.
Got it.
By the way, a very interesting suggestion here came from the chat was, can white play the move knight a3 here? And the reason why I love this idea is because after rook b8, I place my knight on c4. And with this, what I'm doing is my knight is actually defending the pawn on b2, and no one can kick this knight away. There is no pawn here or here to kick it away. So it's a permanent square for the knight.
Yeah, not the pawn, but if I go queen d5,
Yeah.
just a temporary attack.
And now a question, Amruta. After rook c1, what is the move that you play here as black? So you get a complete understanding of what is happening here, black to play. Yes, there are many moves that have been suggested here, and let me see what are the moves. Yes, the move I have been looking for and the one that has been correctly pointed out is rook b4.
A creative girl 30. Okay, that's a number. Creative girl GB, Bad Karma, Chavan Hegde, Pramod Giri, Swarna Bharat, Shahzad Raza, Shubham Kial, Ninja, and an engineer's choice.
Right. And here the move, by the way, some unbelievably creative names, right, that we are reading out. I think
Yeah.
if someone is thinking about what names they should keep for their kids, they can check out Chat Chess Moves, because then
Oh, and we have also a lot of updates there. Rook
oh,
b4.
yeah.
Is that the good move? You attack c4, you attack. But c4 only, na?
c4, and once the knight has to move, b2 will fall. So Amruta, this is not a very stable square for the
So
knight.
actually, what we thought, the pawn cannot kick, but sometimes you don't need pawns to kick.
Yes, you need
Kick
legs.
kidhar And that reminds me, if there is chess boxing, Sagar, what
Yes.
if there is chess kicking? Like you play on the board,
Hmm.
and then you have shoes and you have some rules, of course. And table ke niche say you kick your opponent.
Okay.
Arbiter, I mean, there will need to be a referee.
I feel
Sounds
that,
interesting or no?
I feel it's not a great concept. Although I'll let our chat decide that what they feel.
They will always modify some bad ideas into good ones, you know?
Yeah, so it's good to ask them. By the way, we have so many people, new ones who have contributed on helpchess.org. All the amount goes to young Indian chess players to help them in their journey. Shraddha Kudchadkar, best move, pawn sacrifice is Vihar Joshi contributing 100.
Best movie.
Oh, best movie.
So
Oh.
he's kind of arguing with the Interstellar guy that it's pawn sacrifice. Did you get that?
Right. Parag the Whistler, 101. Nilesh Dasari says 2000. Amruta hates Sagar, 101. Only 101 after saying such a play.
Exactly. वो नहीं मैच नहीं हो रहा है. सर्वेश तेलांग 301. अंकेश चोपड़े 101. VR Joshi another time 400. So VR Joshi really believes Pawn Sacrifice is the best movie. By the way, Shraddha also 1000 rupees.
Yeah. Thank you so much for all those who are contributing towards Help Chess and really
But
making
Sagar,
this.
not just on Help Chess. We also have a very big super chat here by Rishikesh Kumar. A super chat of 4000 rupees. He says, great job, Sagar and team. May I suggest a Zoom Google teaching session lasting for 4 to 5 hours where you can pick up a model classic game and teach the intricacies of the game to the participants. This can be paid session. Oh, that is a great idea, but would people be interested?
I think Rishikesh Kumar, we have an entire playlist called Learn from Classics, where we have been teaching this really in depth. Around 25 or 30 sessions have already happened there. But yes, I mean, I would the main advantage of a Zoom session is that you can interact, right, with. But we have this beautiful thing built by Keith Mascarenhas, which is the chat chess moves, which helps me to interact with all of you and helps you to sort of say the moves. So I feel like it would be the best to do it on YouTube so that more people can join in. Okay. So
Okay. Yeah, so bishop c6 was one candidate. Did the chat suggest any other possibilities for white, Sagar? Let's ask
no.
the chat. What are they thinking for
I
Pragg?
feel, Amruta, the main issue here is that you really need to defend this pawn on d4, and there are 2-3 options because right now it's hanging right this
Yeah,
way.
so rook d1 is one option which is suggested.
Yeah, rook d1 would have been a great move, but black has a very strong move at his disposal. What is the
Oh,
move that black can
nice.
play?
Nice one.
By the way, a big thank you to Rishikesh Kumar for such a huge super chat. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Yes, and the move that we were all waiting for here, and that has been mentioned by so many of you.
Huge difference. Shriram Rangachari, Navnit Taung, Shreyas Gokhale, Blah Blah, Chaitali Sen Gupta, Sendil Nathan, Divya Kapoor, Moni Singh, Varanavasi, Nallasami, Shehzad Raza.
Yes, the move here is the very strong e5. And your problem is you can't take because your rook is hanging. Now,
Yeah.
in this sense, Amruta, the next move which should be considered then is e3 because you are saving your pawn. But
Yeah.
guys, there is a very
Wow.
small problem with this. What should
Is
black
it
play?
small, Sagar? Is it small?
It is not very small.
Wow. Look at the chat. Okay. Very interesting.
We have a very powerful chat here and very strong players in the chat, and they have all mentioned the move g5.
Rishang, Paule, Avva, Devicharan, Ashton, Saumadeep, Gandhar, Mandar, Senil, and GB. Make it easy for me to read. But Sagar, one question.
Traps the queen.
Exactly. And can I be honest?
Yeah.
I thought this was not a problem. I thought knight b4. And then you have either knight c2 or knight d3 fork. But of course, rook d1.
This is a
And this too, I thought a big problem.
yeah, nice.
So imagine how wrong your perspectives can get.
It's like when you tell me, oh, the hot water is not coming in the shower, such a big problem. But actually, at some point, then there is no water at all.
Correct.
And then that is a bigger problem.
Yeah, correct. Exactly.
Okay, so right now, Pragg is thinking, and I think he has only move here that is to take because otherwise he's getting into trouble. His d4 pawn is hanging. He needs to save it somehow. Rook d1 doesn't work because of e5. E3 doesn't work because of g5. And so if he takes, he's assessing this. But I have a feeling, Amruta, that these are the kinds of positions that player like Fabiano is very well versed with. He gives up something, he gets something in return, which is the b file, gives up this double pawns, and he should be able to hold this quite easily. Although, if let's say, for example, I'm just thinking knight d2, and my point is, if you play here, I want to play b3, and then I want to just claim that I have this very nice structure. Next, I will go rook c1, pawn to e3, rook c5, other rook here. It's just a very easy position to play.
Similar to, what you're looking at white's perspective, the way Caruana will think for himself is maybe ideas
No,
like
no.
g5.
That's what I want to
knight
ask the chat.
d5. Acha.
That what is the move here which creates instant counterplay for black? Black to play, guys. What is that move? Don't listen to Amruta's suggestion. Those were not very good ones.
Yeah, I can try to, take them to some other direction.
So the move that I really liked, Amruta,
Yeah.
and the one which our chat has, like, see, look, knight d5 is a nice move, guys. I will be honest with you, but after queen f3, you haven't gained so much. I'm just going to play e3, rook c1, and imagine if white really settles in. This will be long-term issues for you. So you need to be quick. You can't go knight d5. The move that I was most impressed with and which has been mentioned by 20 people.
Aditya, Shivansh, blah blah, Ameya Kanetkar, Sanvi, Alex, Prajwal, Nightcore, Rahul, and Sai.
Yes, the move has been rook b4. It's a good move. It's a fantastic move. It hits here. It hits the pawn. All
It
those
was
that,
one of the moves even in the previous questions,
yes,
right?
this is a very
it is-
typical idea
yeah,
now.
like we understand that rook b4 is a big idea for black. That means.
All the people who've been saying c5, I don't know why you want to give up a pawn, because you think that the knight was hanging perhaps, but my knight is defended. So this does not work, but you can go rook b4, and once e3 is played, now you are free to actually play c5, because if I take, now you have a choice between taking the knight or taking the queen. Both are.
Chat will take the knight.
I think taking the queen much better. So right now, I feel Pragg is not so happy with what has transpired in the opening 1 hour, 1 minute for him, 1 hour 25 for Caruana. But then again, if he draws this, very unlikely that Pragg might lose this game unless he makes a huge mistake. We would be going into the tie breaks tomorrow, which will be very exciting.
Yeah, I am also thinking this goes to tie break. Seems like that for now.
At
What is
least
the
one.
time difference, Sagar? One last.
Pragg has 25 minutes less than Caruana.
What? Okay, Caruana's preparation, that
Yeah,
means.
yeah.
Okay, Yash Tandon as Sagar Uncle. Sagar Uncle.
Yes, yes.
Next Saturday, will you be in the Chessbiz India Chess Club?
I will be there most likely next to next Saturday. The reason is next Saturday I am going to Dusseldorf in Germany for World FIDE Team Championship, and I'll be back on 2nd or 3rd of September. So yeah, I should be back on the club on 3rd. I think 3rd is the next session. It was yesterday, 19th.
ठीक है
Right.
सागर, इतना deep में मत जाओ.
26th.
तुम देख लो तभी.
2nd September. Yeah, I'll try to be on there on 2nd.
Sriram asked Sagar at Move 21 yesterday. Pragnana took 26 minutes for playing Rook takes B8. That eventually put him almost in time trouble near the 40th move. Here as well, he's thinking for 25 minutes. Worrying factor.
Well, I think Pragg, what he does is definitely he comes under time pressure, but he's able to kind of use it at the right time. And I think that is one of the key aspects of chess, that you make use of your time at the most critical moments in the game. And I think Pragg has kind of mastered that. But you are right. I mean, at some point, you can't be thinking for so long for such a decision here. But again, if you feel that no line is giving you an advantage and is leading to a dull, drawish position, it might be the right time to think, oh, he blunders.
Not blunder, but a little bit of an error, you can say. Blunder may not be the right word, Sagar.
Well, if your bar was 0.3, goes down to minus 1.3, that's already a huge mistake.
Okay, let's try to understand, because Pragg will not do anything without a thought. I mean, 25 minutes of thinking. Maybe he has something which we are yet to understand.
Yes, I'm
So,
sure
number
that
one.
he's also missed something here.
Of course, but the question is, whenever Magnus misses, many times his opponents also miss.
Yeah.
So this is what we need to understand, whether what Pragg has missed. Can Caruana see it, or is it too inhuman?
Okay.
If
Firstly, three questions. One is that
Yeah. By the way, Mathavan Venkatraman has sent 1,000 rupees and 769th believer.
thank you, Mathavan. That's very kind of you. Okay, first is G5 is one candidate move. We should think. Queen takes D4 is another one.
Yeah.
We should think. And knight takes D4.
Yeah.
The most interesting, let's look at knight D4, because you are threatening to take the bishop. And I believe Pragg's idea would have been to take the pawn.
Right.
Because why else would you play it? You gave a pawn, you took a pawn.
And now if Rook B8,
Yeah.
will you take on A6? Bishop takes A6? Or because your B2 is also hanging?
I think so. His idea was to take this.
And now if rook b2 with the threat of
Eh,
knight e2, I'm just going to go with the natural flow first.
yeah. But no, there's no threat. No, the bishop is
Oh
controlling
yeah,
it.
bishop is good. So now you can get rook a d1, I guess. That looks very powerful.
But then maybe this works
No,
or no?
knight e2, bishop e2.
Ah,
yeah.
okay. So if rook a d1, then knight e2, bishop e2,
What? This is working?
take.
Oh, are you getting two rooks? If
Turuk,
I
turuk,
take...
tuk, turuk, turuk, tuk, turuk, turuk, tuk, tarara, turuk, turuk, tuk, turuk, turuk. Trouble, yes? Two rooks for a queen should be good. Okay,
Tactically not working.
Amruta, here's the
Okay.
thing. Here is a move after bishop takes a6, which black is just insane move. And I think this is what Pragg has missed in his calculations. Guys, what should black play here?
Is it the same one?
No, that doesn't work here. That's also possible. That's not a bad move. But there's something much stronger. I don't understand it, to be frank, to be fair.
To be frank.
Why?
So we have a few... actually, if you go there and show what the chat is thinking, Sagar. Oh, did it not clear? Wait. Yeah. So we have e5, rook
Yeah.
b4, rook 8, and you see chat is confused. But e5 is one clear move. If you say e5 is not the best move,
E5 is the best move, and I really, really want these people who are here. Blah blah, Akshay, Abhishek, GB, Mobile Gaming, Utpal Singh, Yash Mittal, Adit, Awa, and Tanushri. Guys, what is your idea? And this is serious question. After queen takes e5, why did you just do this? Okay, those who said rook e8 now, which is very logical because you hit the queen.
correct.
Suddenly now the queen, you have to see, Amruta, which squares are available.
First you try to find h5 or b5 so that you protect, I mean, in case you need to protect e2.
No, e2 is
But
defended.
no, I get it.
So we see that, Amruta, on this there are only
C5.
two squares left, which is c5 and a5. Rest all are covered. This is covered,
Right.
this is covered, this is covered, this is covered, this is covered. So you have only these two squares.
Yeah, and
And
F4
one more
on,
here. So if we go here, the main issue, of course,
Oh man.
apart from this fork here, which looks very juicy,
Okay, that one was the idea. No, apart from that,
Yes.
there is a better idea.
there is a huge idea here. And guys, what do you play here as black? Yeah, Amruta, all those who mentioned the move here, which is knight to e4, brilliant job, guys. Aditya, blah blah.
Prajwal, Shehzad, Devin, Flutian, Shrihan, Chaitali, Yash, and Abhishek.
Yeah, how do you like this move, Amruta? Knight e4, just activating your knight, hitting the queen. And now look at these two knights, they are such monsters. One knight in the center is said to control 8 squares. If you have two knights in the center, they are controlling 16 squares. And in the direction 8 squares, they are like two octopuses sitting there. And Amruta, the main problem is if I go here, now it's a very typical double attack. I would like to ask one last time to the chat. Guys, today chat chess moves working. I hope you don't mind me asking so many questions. Amruta, just
maybe.
Can you understand from the chat if they are enjoying this or not?
Yes.
So many questions.
Right now they're answering, so they are not telling.
Guys, don't be tempted by one pawn. That one pawn is not going to help you in life.
No. Yes.
The move here that we are actually looking for and that you guys have hit upon. Oh, actually, Amruta, you can see majority have not got it right. The right move is Queen F6. Aditya, Abhiraj, blah blah, Aryan, Sai Kumar, Prajwal, Yash, Vikash, Flutian, and Sarbajit. Because, Amruta, Queen F6 is such a good move. You hit the bishop and you hit this pawn. You're going to lose material.
Yeah. No, this is very, dangerous. Looks scary with those knights in the center. Some sacrifice also at some point. Definitely looks scary.
But all those who said knight b3, I wouldn't be like bad move or anything. It's
Not
a
at all,
good
not
idea.
at all.
It's a good idea. But queen f6 looked very tempting. Okay.
Father of Jackson says, बंद करो ये questions. आज Sunday है, आज तो छोड़ दो. No, I think Sanket says that's the most enjoyable part. So, I mean, I've not got the answer yet, but maybe we can have a poll between E4 and D4. E4 for they like to answer.
So if you like the questions that are being asked here, please write E4 in the chat. If you don't like it, please write D4.
D4 don't.
So don't, yes, D4 don't. If you enjoy it, please write E4. Let's see how this one turns out.
And we'll be democratic. Let the chat decide.
My God, Amruta, look at the number of people. But I guess all those who are anyway writing the moves are enjoying them.
So we will need to, we will need the people who don't actually answer. Maybe they have to answer.
Guys,
But
if you don't answer, please write D4 so that you will start answering and then you will join the group of E4.
But also, Sakir, they don't mind. If those who are not answering, they don't mind the questions. They are able to learn.
Right.
So
maybe all those who have written other moves, they don't mind. Okay, we have a clear majority
winner right now.
Right now that people do enjoy these questions.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Maybe we can read top 3 names or any random 3 names. I'll try.
Okay, Amrita, your decision. So Queen A5 here again. Knight B3 comes. So my main question was, Amrita, why not go here with the queen? And I think
rook B4, right? No.
Should we ask the chat? Yes.
I'm thinking, chat is also thinking, I guess. It can't be any new move, right? Apart from the
these are all the themes we have already learned.
So the landscape of this position has a few moves.
Yeah.
वही आगे पीछे करके.
Yeah, the tactical landscape is quite determined here. In fact, there are 2 main moves that have to be thought of. One is rook e4, as has been mentioned, and g5. And this is a great move because the queen is lacking squares once again, Amruta. It has to go back either to d2 or c1. And if you go back to d2, this is already a blunder. I would love 100 people to answer this. Black to play, guys. Let's see if we have 100 people to answer this. Meanwhile, we have 769 believers today. We started off with 746. That means we have had 223 believers today. So big thank you. And Amruta, today we also hit on stream 12,66,000 subscribers.
Oh, on stream?
Yes.
Nice.
And also after that, we have gained 216 subs. So it's going very, very strong. And
nice.
Yes, we have had a lot of people who have answered this. Knight f3.
Oh, 110. We do have Govinda, Ponsubis, Saumik, Tushar, Srinand.
Okay, so knight f3 check is the correct move.
Raghuvi,
And then
Gridmoy.
this is hanging on d2. So that queen can't go there. So then you are thinking, how about I go to c1? But here, Amruta, is the key move that
Knight
actually,
B3, no?
it's not knight b3 now. The reason is, whenever you play here, I go queen c2. And whenever you take here, I take this. And the difference between the two, try to think about it, that when my
Very
queen
tough,
was
very
on
tough.
a5, knight b3, let's say queen c3.
Okay.
The main problem is you are not taking here, because if you take here, it's already okay. But knight e4, I gain another tempo.
And if I go queen c2, you were taking on a1, right?
Yes, but then
But what is
at the end, I have another double attack, as we have again discussed. And guys, you know it. What would be the double attack? Yeah, not a question, but just
Queen f6, right?
yes, absolutely. Double attack here and here. So in that sense,
Yeah. So precisely, like tactically, this was not working. But if you look at the part of compensation which you get after getting this, brook is not enough. It has to be followed up a little bit more with something.
yeah,
Otherwise, white
because
might have good
here
compensation.
is a good line to show that white has very good compensation, because you can put your bishop here
Yeah.
and
Also,
you can
h6
go your
g5
knight
has
here.
happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this would be a dream
Wow.
scenario for Pragg.
But
But
very tough. All of this,
no,
the
but Amrita,
adjustments,
the
Sagar.
making this error of knight a3 against Caruana is the most wrong person to make this mistake against, because he is known for his calculation.
Calculation, right? What about assessment, Sagar?
I mean, assessment is a mix of both, right? Calculating lines and then assessing it.
No,
So, I mean,
I
calculation is
am giving some importance here to Pragg's 25 minutes of thought,
you
which can be so deep. Okay.
which can really make Caruana think, oh, has Pragg thought so much? Then maybe I shouldn't go and take it, right? Something like
No,
that.
no, I'm not saying what Caruana will do, but what I'm saying that Pragg would have calculated a lot of lines, and in some of them, which for us maybe with the engine is better for black, but for him maybe it's not so clear. That kind of a thing I'm trying to
No,
say.
for me, Amruta, it is a little bit like, let's say knight d4, I hit this, you have to go here, right?
Before knight d4, for one moment, can we look at simple queen d4 just to get a grasp of how strong knight d4 is? Let's
Yes,
say.
but when you take, and now I take here,
All the problems
now
of the
there are
queen attack is solved.
exactly. Once that queen is gone from the board, I have no more issues.
Yeah.
So I would say that queen d4, if it happens, Pragg should be very happy.
Okay. And if g5 here, it is too early, is it?
It's actually not a bad idea, but now my queen is safer, because after knight d4, bishop b7, if you think about this e5 hitting the queen, that no longer happens. So a good question to ask now, Amruta, is after knight d4, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop a6, e5, right? We were looking at, why not queen e3? Isn't this a good square to go to? Because now I don't have the open e file, the pawn shields it, so the rook cannot come and attack the queen. At the same time, if I go to d2, there was knight f3 and I would lose the queen. If I went here, there was a fork.
Yeah.
So I'm going here very
Yeah.
quietly, but I think the harassment to the queen continues.
Yeah. Knight d5 or knight g4 would be the quick moves to think about
Yeah.
later.
So here knight g4 would be a classy move. And again, guys, the main problem to note here is LPDO. Loose pieces drop off, and the loose piece here is the bishop. No one is defending it. So my queen goes here, attacks the bishop, and also this pawn.
Sir, queen d3.
Yeah, queen d3.
So now I can say I can defend the bishop, but I lose the b2 pawn.
b2 is hanging. Also, Amruta, after queen f6, I hit here. Still, you have to play f3, correct? Let's say when you go here, and now my last piece comes into the attack.
Last piece?
I mean, one more piece. There's 1, 2, 3, and I bring one more piece into the attack.
You have a chat, right?
No, just yes, guys. Rook b3 is correct. Brilliant job attacking the queen, and this is trouble time for Pragnananda.
GB asked if this is Caruana's preparation, then he knows it is not a good move, right? Like the move knight.
Well,
e3.
my main worry is that actually my main thought was that Caruana took nearly 8 minutes to take on f3. So
and how
was
many
this-
games were there in reference?
no, 0.
Zero.
Rook
But
e1,
before
there
this,
was one game, and then in that game knight d7 happened. So here bishop f3 is the new move.
okay.
Bishop f3, bishop f4. Then he played this very quickly. Like
Knight
he didn't.
c6.
So maybe he was just recollecting.
Yeah.
So
sometimes
now,
you don't want your opponent to know exactly, right, that you prepared. And
now knight a3 move, he might not have in his prep. So he knows that it's not a
Yeah.
great move.
Also, if you see without knight a3, all the other moves, like if not bishop c6, Caruana already knows that they are slightly worse.
Yeah.
Which means for knight a3, one thing he surely knows is it's really not the best idea.
Yes. And that gives him a lot of
Yeah,
confidence
for
to
sure.
try and find this. So maybe, guys, Pragg is actually on the brink. Not eliminated, guys, because he will fight for the third and fourth place match if he loses today.
No, but he won't lose today.
Yeah.
Because I think I am definitely banking on the fact of 25-minute thought here. Because this is the fresh, it's not like he's thinking when he's having 30 minutes, he's already in big trouble and then he's using those 20 minutes. It is the beginning, he's fresh, he's calculated. There are things which are... I'm really interested to see Fabi's calculation, very honestly.
Yeah, it's
choices.
also a time, Amruta, where you will see if Fabi many times, at if you're facing someone who's 2600, he wouldn't call out this move. He would be like, okay, seems natural, let me just go and simplify it. But Caruana's calculation will go deep. He will calculate this line and he will see moves like rook b4, e5, g5. This is the way, this is Caruana's kind of position, I feel. From all that
I
we've
agree
seen
with
him.
that.
Right?
I agree. But
So-
yesterday also was his kind of position where
No, yesterday
one
was
move,
more
40th move
positional.
went wrong.
It was more positional in nature. This is very, if you think about this
Oh,
move,
look at what he's played. And
Oh.
he plays knight d4. No, what
he goes
does he play?
g5.
Directly he goes g5.
Wow.
He doesn't go knight d4.
Right.
See there. And here I'm gonna read a comment by Vignesh. If only I can have the confidence that Amruta has. Vignesh, unleash your confidence.
Well, Amruta is very confident about Pragg, and she is saying that, okay.
No, because I'm confident about the 25 minutes of thought which Pragg has put, and there are things deeper in terms of assessment here, which what happens when you reach semi-finals, Caruana is not going to just underestimate, no matter what. Of
Yes.
course, he's still
Yes.
a little bit in trouble. I'm not saying that this is a very tough
this
position
is a good
to
move.
play
This
against
is the second
Caruana.
best move in the position that has been found. And by the way, Queen E3. We had a super message here.
Oh, we have Saurasis Roy, who has been a pillar of Indian chess for 14 months.
Thank you,
He said,
Saurasis.
Sagar, Amrita, hope you guys doing great. Hoping to see Pragg versus Magnus final. But then Caruana is a monster, so fingers crossed. Proud to see so many Indian youngsters at the top level.
Yeah. I'm also very, very amazed that Caruana didn't go for this move knight d4 and he's gone g5. But again, let's just try to assess now, because things have improved drastically for Pragg from the variations that we just saw. Because after this, now the queen is safe in a
Yeah.
way. And the biggest difference that has happened, Amruta, after let's say knight g4.
Oh, let's have the chat. Let's have the chat. Not the move, but what is the biggest difference, guys, which has happened on the board? Sagar
Yeah.
is not very happy. Why is she asking this question? But every question did not have a precise answer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Sachin says I'm playing in under 1800 rated tournament today. Prepared Catalan, inspired by VD. Oh,
And also
Sachin,
Pragg
all the
played it.
best.
All the best, Sachin. Please let us know by tomorrow how your games went. We are all rooting for you. The 6,000 people here are all like, Sachin, Sachin. Yes, the main problem is the e6 pawn is the main issue, because the queen would earlier hit f2 and the bishop. But now with the pawn here, it's not the same. So that's the reason why.
Yeah, people did get it. Nice.
But again, I mean, will Pragg play queen e3 or will he play queen d2 or will he play queen c1?
Queen d2 I doubt, because doesn't do any good as such. In fact, it can only be worse.
Yeah,
in
because then there
every
is a
possible
threat
way.
and
Yeah.
you lose the queen. Even if
Yeah.
you move the bishop, you still lose the
Yeah.
queen.
Yeah. So no. So queen d2 discarded completely. Just throw in trash.
Yeah. Oh,
I
he
think
played
queen-
queen e3.
And now he's not thought much. That means g5 was definitely a big consideration in his 25-minute of thought, and Caruana down to 1 hour 8 minutes. Caruana might need to think for the next few minutes, 8 minutes maybe around.
Yeah.
He has a choice now. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4. No, g4 looks really ugly because then you allow
now
such
you play
ideas.
g4, then bishop takes c6.
Right, it's just a blunder here because you take, and you can win this pawn as well, if nothing. So yeah, knight d4 or queen d4.
Yeah, I think now let's look at this move: queen d4, knight d4, bishop b7, and rook b8. Bishop here. This is where we want to, I think, go. But now Amruta's point, which she had mentioned in one of the variations, that this variation gives white a passer on the a file, could become very relevant here. If I get my bishop back, now this is a passed pawn. My knight can go to c4, b5, these squares, very juicy squares for my knight, and the pawn just moves forward, and black might be in some issues. Yeah,
Some fear.
yes. So I don't know if queen takes is great, but also, guys, remember that whenever bishop takes this pawn, black is not forced to play the rook here. You can also play it here. By the way, Fabi has taken with the queen.
What was better, with the queen or knight, actually speaking, here in this situation?
Actually, with the queen is the best, because knight takes here, rook, bishop takes is also fine for white.
The main thing is that queen on d8. Now white gets ideas with rook d1. Maybe that helps white.
Yeah, and if you take this pawn, then I definitely can go knight b5, and after you take, then
wait, knight c2.
Yeah, but Amruta, if you take here, I can hit your rook with these two moves. So.
Oh. Okay,
By the way, lot of moves have happened. It seems like Pragnananda calculated everything here. So he is just blitzed out his moves. He has taken this, and is telling Fabi that, hey, I saw all this in 25 minutes. Don't you watch Amruta's commentary? She has been telling this all the while, that I've been calculating this.
So do you think that they're going to make quick moves? This game is going to end in draw. Pragg is going to say, Sagar, why did you right now eat upma at the start of the stream? Stream is going to end soon. You can have good dinner and all of that. So
yes, but Amruta, I ate upma not because I thought Pragg will play a long game.
Really?
Yeah, I ate it because it was some kind of replacement for lunch.
Okay.
Shaman
nice.
Shetty asks a very good question. Can he play rook a7? I mean, I feel that rook a7 is a very weird little move, because your rook is very passive here. But at the same time, in order to save money, it's very important. Like, Amruta, there are some people who go to a restaurant, and then after they are done eating, spend 10-15 minutes going through apps to find if there is any discount code on paying the bill. It's rook a7 is that move where he doesn't want to lose any pawn.
Okay.
So Amruta laughing here, maybe she sees some truth in this, but rook b8 is also possible. Bishop a6, and now, as we just discussed, taking it here, bishop d3 is definitely something that Caruana may not want to get into such a position.
Can he? What? Oh, by the way, look, he's played. He did go rook a7.
He played it.
And the point is, Caruana is also playing pretty fast for that matter.
And Pragg
Pragg
quickly
goes back to g2.
Jitu bhai. But
g2 ही जाना था ना वैसे in that whole diagonal.
But Amruta, one issue that I see in Pragg's position, and we can say, oh, look at this. This is exactly Caruana is like, Sagar, stop talking. I'll let my moves do the talking. Rook b8 and attacks this backward pawn on b2.
Yeah, so doesn't seem that you can just lose it and be a pawn down and give him the C passer. As whenever we are attacked, we either look for counter attack or defense. If you have to go move the A rook, right? The E rook is tied for the E2 pawn.
Yeah, but I can also kick your knight away, no?
Intermezzo. Yes. So right now candidates E3, Rook B1, and that's it. Knight
And
C4. Knight
knight
C4.
here. Yeah.
No, Knight C4 is a blunder. Sorry.
Why? Rook
Let's
B4, huh?
No.
Oh, knight C. Oh.
भूल गए कोई बात नहीं.
It's a big fork. Okay. Guys, going to Magnus game in a bit, but right now, a lot of excitement here because E3, knight B3, knight hits here. And also this knight is such a pesky creature because it stops my rook from coming to this open file. So my rook is either forced to get closed in here or go to the open file. But then this rook is like, "Arey, yaar, this was my spot. You should have come here. We both had open files." They're like, "Yeah, but this knight has taken away my spot, so I needed to take your spot." And there's this all this when there is something lacking, there's always fight.
Sheldon's spot, I do remember.
Yes, Amrita. Generally, with lot of things available, there is no fight, but scarcity does create fights. And now rook b4 attacking this pawn, and suddenly you can't get away. Like this pawn cannot be saved. If you push, it can be taken. So now this rook says, "I will get out and I will make my own future." So he goes here and then makes his own future. And this rook is like, "Okay, now guys, we both can work together." But they are not good friends, but they still have to work together.
Nice analogy, Sagar.
Yeah.
Once again, today you are back to the. Yesterday you were very tired, Sagar.
Yes, Amrita.
I even got some people. By the way, we have Vamsi Chadda, who has been member for 24 months and pillar of Indian chess.
Wow. Thank you, Vamsi.
Says, great job, you both. Your contribution to Indian chess is immense. Hope Pragg wins.
Thank you. Yes, we are also hoping that Pragg manages to hold this. Although a big bullet was dodged when Caruana did not take knight takes d4 in this position and instead went for g5 here. Instead of this, if he had taken, he would have gotten a very, very solid edge. But he went g5. And now the problem is that although the advantage is small for black, it is quite a stable one.
Yeah, it does. It does feel dangerous.
Why? I feel it's because of this move. Because these two squares are weakened so much. Knight sits here and the rook sits here. And then I hit here and it just feels...
Okay, so one thing. Okay, let's say we are right now saying a little bit to be scared and everything because of the weak squares. Let's try to go deeper once again. Like Pragg, I really feel he's gone deeper. And the way
now he's not gone deeper, Amrita. He's thinking now. And this last move after he played, he's already thought for 4 minutes now.
Okay, so let's say if you showed me this move e3, and if I can kick this knight in the center, the annoying knight, firstly, where do you go? You can't go here, you can't go here, you can't go here. Yes, you can attack this, but I'm very happy because in a way you block your own attack.
No, but that is what we analyzed right now. Knight b3.
So knight b3 natural. If you go knight f5, look, I mean at least white is a little happy because
we don't even consider
this danger is gone.
Let's come to b3.
Let's go to. So it's like if this knight is an alarm, and then it's like I've snoozed it. And if you go here, I can say like, okay, now I can sleep aram se. If it goes over here on b3.
Yes, now it's time for you to wake up because your rook is hanging.
I'll say 5 minutes more. Okay, and I'll play this move.
Yes, and now after rook d1, that the move that we just noticed, rook forward, rook b4.
Yeah, so this once again a natural idea because you are giving a threat to a4.
Yeah.
I can't defend this from here. So for me, I can think of bishop c6 to defend this a4 pawn. I can't even push it. And I can think of a counter-attacking idea like rook d8 and rook c1. So if I go bishop c6, let's say, I'm in trouble. Why?
Yeah, now my knight jumps back to a5. And your bishop can no longer maintain on that diagonal. And you are also losing the pawn on b2.
Okay, so that is already discarded. So I cannot save the a4 pawn. That means...
Yes.
So you showed rook d8 check, right?
Mm-hmm.
King G7. And what now?
No, I had actually shown rook e2. This is the best, and I believe such
What happens
is
for
going to
rook A4?
happen perhaps. And I put my rook here, and I fight a pawn down, and I think Pragg has enough
Oh.
compensation here to.
People are suggesting rook d3 after rook b4. Can we check that as well? I like that move because you're stopping rook takes a4 threat,
Yeah, but then the knight jumps back
attacking
and
this.
hits here
Can
and
I
here.
not give a rook c3? Maybe I can. No, not a check. Rook c3.
Yes, but I can take here, and this is defended.
So check is forced.
Yeah, but check king up, and still this is hanging. This is hanging. I do feel that Pragg may not like. I mean, e3 I don't like so much, Amrita. Although it looks like the best move, perhaps. But there's also rook d1 hitting the knight directly, and I think that might be much better than playing pawn up.
Because anyway you are attacking the knight. So
Yeah.
what now? If I go rook b4
Yes,
directly,
I think this is a good move because e3 will just transpose, and now
now do I need to find any important move like rook d2, rook d3, I guess.
yeah, rook d2, but then Amrita, at least you lose this pawn down. I can also play my pawn here, defend this, and suddenly you will see that a beautiful knight, even if you push it away, it sits here, pawn is falling. Pragg is actually in some serious trouble, guys. I think he has to be very careful. He might land up in big trouble here. And we should quickly go and check the game of Magnus,
Yes.
Amrita, because we've been looking at this for quite some time.
Yeah, and we've understood a lot of intricacies. We'll come here. By the way, we do have a help chess contributor, 770
Helpchess.org, and Hiren Cheda
has sent 500 rupees.
Thank you, Hiren, for being the 770th believer. And guys, we are 30 away from reaching 800. Wow. Okay. So what happened in Magnus's game? We looked at till knight here. He jumped with his knight to e4. White played his pawn up and said, hey, the knight, you need to move. So he took, and then he took with the queen. And then Magnus said, your knight has to move. So he took, and he took here. And now these two bishops are standing opposite each other, like here. It looks very equalish. What would you do? Oh, he plays pawn up.
Yeah, funny for me in this position is these pawns, the symmetry of some
Yeah.
unusual pawns and this queens on d7, and I guess a possibility of long castle for both. I mean, maybe
Amrita,
not
I
quite.
have one
He goes
question.
e4.
I have one question. If I take here,
Keep it to yourself. Okay, it was a joke. Tell me.
if I take here, now what is you will save the bishop going back, but what is a counter attacking move here for white? For black, sorry. Black to play. By the way, we have something very interesting shot by Shahid at the venue, Amrita. Maybe we can show
Yeah,
it to
great
our...
idea. Nice. And we have a lot of suggestions here by people, and they're still thinking. So, oh, by the way, we also have 15,000 votes. And will Pragg make it today to the finals? You had asked. I think 20% for tie breaks, 13% for him being knocked out, and 67% saying yes, he will.
Okay, so my question here, Amrita, was what is the move that will be played, counter-attacking move? And actually, a lot of people have answered it, and that is Queen D4.
Abhiraj, Pritrabrata, Akshay, Digital, Paramit, Siddharth, Sai, Suniti, Pro Gamer, Hassan.
And Amrita, now if this is taken here, I attack your bishop. You can't take because the queen is hanging. And then you may have to take this pawn. it gets very sharp after castling. But yeah, I mean, check bishop e2. I would be very scared as white here because the rook is coming in. So maybe its position is fine. But we have a video, guys, which has been sent to us all the way from Baku, Azerbaijan, at the venue of the tournament. And maybe we can show it to our chat, and they can see and tell us what they feel, because it seemed like something happened with Magnus coming late to the game and Nijat coming late to the game or something like that. So should we look at it?
Let's see. Always nice.
Guys, would you like to see it? It's
So everybody today again starting with its joke.
yeah, guys.
SK says invisible handshake, air handshake. Okay, we'll see. I have no idea. Absolutely, yes, no, yes, yes, yes. Please. What is invisible handshake?
We'll
Now
see.
this is very.
So by the way, this is the ambassador of okay, let me just make it high quality. Yeah, this is the ambassador of India in Azerbaijan. I guess this is the ambassador of Bulgaria, perhaps.
Yeah.
And he makes a move. Oh no, you have to make a move. Ah, okay, nice. Okay, and here is Magnus arrives at the board first. It's not very common, yes,
No.
and he's
Oh,
not
you
very
don't-
happy.
Yeah, why? What happened? Wow, his opponent-
Invisible handshake.
Oh.
Look
Oh
at
my
him.
god.
He does this.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, so even if his opponent is not there, he did this. What was that?
he was just saying that I don't like the fact that you did not come
Really?
on time. I think
Why would he say that?
it's
Because actually Nijat, I think, has been coming late every game, right?
Yeah.
So he would definitely know that. But quite interesting.
let's look at it once again.
Yeah, clearly no. Oh. Yeah.
But you know, if you are angry, right, then when your opponent actually arrives,
Yeah, you would not raise
you
it.
wouldn't shake hands so firmly, right? So here
Right,
you can
right.
see he
Yeah,
gets up.
and also he gets up,
Yeah.
which is huge.
I think that's Magnus's style somehow, Amruta.
Yeah,
That-
like if people can get him wrong, absolutely wrong.
What?
Then why would he get up?
No, I mean, firstly, why did he do that? What he did is a question. And then, guys, what is your?
Yeah, maybe we should ask the chat because it's really maybe a debatable thing. Probably muscle memory before starting the clock, says SK.
Yeah, could be.
Magnus is seeing ghosts, says Randy. When IP Law says, when you are the strongest player and no one is good enough to beat you, you just have to play against yourself.
Nice, nice.
That's nice.
Yeah, several reasons there, Amruta.
Yeah, he didn't. They asked to start the match. He didn't want to start without the opponent being there. That's what Deepak thinks. Oof. So yeah, I think, and many reasons. I think chat is full of so many different
my take is that
information.
my take is that he did not appreciate
Johnson.
him coming late. So he did that, and then he didn't want to sort of spoil his mood, so then he got back. But he made his point that it's not good to come late every time. But then Magnus does come late to many
But
games.
actually, if you see Magnus coming late in class, like it's not every game.
No, he
and
comes always
just
10,
few seconds before he's there.
Yes.
Like he's always there. Even if it is late, he's there.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. So looking at it, Radnosen says, "Hey Sagar, I have been to Vadodara in Gujarat recently, and the meal was so sumptuous. The Gujarati thali was literally a perfect concoction, and I loved it. Any suggestions from your side?" I thought there was something chess element here, but I've read. So anyway, there was.
I'm not a big food, like, I love food, but I don't have these suggestions to make. But if you come to Ghatkopar, where we live, you should go to the Khao Gully, which we have. It's a food eating street. Meanwhile, Nijat has brought his rook to d1 in the center, defended his pawn, and it's slightly better because of his central dominance, and wants to castle.
Yeah, you know what I think? I think Magnus is going to long castle. Nijat is going to short castle. It's going to be a war situation, maybe a bloodbath. And Magnus is going to go bishop f7, h5, g5, h4, g4.
But I feel he'll just short castle, no?
No.
You think long castle? Wow.
Okay, long castle or short castle? Maybe we also ask the chat.
Yeah, maybe, guys. What do you think?
Let's do the poll. Maybe you can clear the chat just smooth, and we'll ask.
Black to play. Thinking? What would you play here?
Short. Here you were asking. At this moment, I don't know, but whether long castle or short castle.
Meanwhile, Pragnananda has still not played his moves, as we can see on the live board there. He's still thinking, and in the women's section, Alexandra Goryachkina is better against Nurgul, which means if she wins, she becomes the World Cup winner.
Guys, you need to type the move, otherwise the move will not be, taken if you write long castle. Yeah, now you can continue. Asim says short castle, no need to take risk with long castle. Asim, you yourself went to Canada, nice reels, mast risk liya. Oh, we have Shahanawaz Lohare who sent 100 rupees and is the 771st believer.
Thank you, Shahanawaz. And by the way, long castle is what our chat does like, but only 31 there and 29. So it's a very close call.
Look at this. Some people have written 0-0.
Okay.
Some people have written O-O. So if you count 32 plus 14 and 31 plus 15, it's almost 50-50 in a way. So equal. Sagar, nobody wins.
They are not able to decide what should be the move here, and we will see what Magnus does here. But all those who are unsure, it is not O-O, it's 0-0.
Okay.
Okay, bishop takes f4. Now queen takes f4 seems logical. There's no other move.
Pragg played.
Oh, Pragg went for a move that we did not consider at all.
Oh my god, then I'm a little worried for the moment. But can we go there quickly?
Yeah, let's go to Pragg's game, because he went for the move rook ed1. He did not play his rook ad1, but he went rook ed1. And Amrita, now, if you take here, this is one move possible. The other move is to play knight to b3.
But for knight b3, weren't we always worried about that now tempo on a1?
Yeah.
And if you go rook b1,
there's no c1. So you have to go here or here.
No, rook a2 looks...
My main reason to go here is that if you attack this like this, I can move it and my rook defends the pawn. So that could be a reason.
Oh, so maybe Pragg actually did, you remember you showed a line where he had to sacrifice that a4 pawn and play with compensation. Maybe that is not something he liked. And now he is saving the pawn in a way, which seems more comfortable to him.
Yeah, true.
Wow.
By the way, Tanushri Gururaj has given a very good suggestion. She says, why not play b4, c5 here? Just defend the knight, and it's a good move. And I think Caruana might do this. Tanushri, very good point here. Also, just for our chat, if knight takes king f1, believe it or not, this might end in a forced draw, Amrita. How? The knight is trapped. If you see, the knight has nowhere to go. It's gone. So you have to play rook takes pawn.
Oh, Let's ask the chat now.
Yeah, and now what's the only move here for white to stay in the game, but also a good move?
Perpetual, guys. That's perpetual. Nightbot says, Dosto, don't forget to like and subscribe. Guys, they go. Nightbot doesn't have emotions. Still, he's asking. Maybe he's developing these emotions.
Yeah.
Please listen to him. Nimesh, who has been a pillar of Indian chess and member for 15 months, says requested for a second monitor from my manager at work to increase productivity. Little does he know, it's to watch Pragg play without disturbances.
Nice.
So what you can do is when you watch Pragg play, okay, and after the game is over, with the 2 monitors, your productivity will double.
Right.
So you are anyway going to cover the...
You know, if someone's working at Chess Base India, they ask for the second monitor to watch Pragg play. But then if they do something else, then we are like, no. You have to watch Pragg play. Okay, just a joke there. But guys, here the move is knight c4. Perfect. Attacking the rook. And now you have to go to c2. And then you come back to e3 or a3, wherever. Then he has to go back, attacks, back.
Perpetual to the rook.
Yes,
With
and
the knight.
we had a good number of people who gave this move, nearly 55 of them.
Oh, Preetabrata, Prajwal, Creative Girl, Chess for Fun, Shri Ram, Prisha, Arun, Shubham, Krishna, and Shreyas.
Yes, this is correct. So right now, I think Fabi would be the last person to think about taking this, especially...
Unless he came with a mindset ki tomorrow he wants to play tie break.
I mean, you know, Caruana is not that kind of a player who would really excel at tie breaks, because
right.
even if at the World Championship you saw against Magnus, he took the classical segment to 6-6 in 2018, but then he lost very brutally in the tie breaks. So I guess he would come with a very he's not weak at all. I mean, he's a very strong rapid and blitz player, but he would come with a very flexible mind that if I can press, why not? And now he's gotten a chance, and especially because two moves make complete sense: knight b3 and c5. So there's no way that he's going for this knight e2 business, which is just going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
Why not play c5? I mean, it's just such a good move. Also, why not just put the knight here and force this rook to be passive?
Got it. No, Caruana, if he has got this position with the black pieces with Pragg, he is going to push for sure.
Yeah.
Rohit asks, what is good food to eat before a chess game? Is Indian food like dosa, upma okay?
I think for different players, eating food works differently. I have seen top players eating just before the round, some of them. Although I have never really thought it as a good idea, because... but some do eat. Some eat like 2 hours ago, and then before the game they have like you will see Pragg comes with a banana, and I think that is a very good way to keep your energy going. Banana is this fruit is a good way. Some have dry fruits.
Yeah,
Earlier,
dry
I
fruits
used to
also.
see a lot of players with chocolates,
Yeah.
and I think chocolates, although in the short run they give you a lot of burst of energy, it also takes it away.
Yeah, the problem with chocolate is you get energy and then it drains you out so fast. So chocolate is usually the last thing, like, at the very end of the game. If you
Yeah.
need to, before that it's a fruit, it's dry fruits, those help. But
Yeah,
even
but
before the
I've
game, I
seen
think
lot
many
of-
people avoid rice because they think they'll feel sleepy. So, but
Yeah. No, I've also seen a lot of people eat well before the games, but chocolates also, they eat dark chocolate sometimes, not so much sugar.
right.
So yeah, it's very important what you eat, because it's not only for that game, you have to sustain throughout the event, and food is a very critical element. And one of the secrets of Pragg's success is his mother, because she
Yeah.
cooks food at such events in the room. I think they have a cooker many times, and she prepares. She goes to the shopping mall or the what do you call the market? Supermarket, gets all the vegetables often and makes sambar and stuff for them.
Yeah. No, very important for, especially for us Indians. We are used to the, food, Indian cuisine, and after a day or two, it becomes difficult for many people
Yeah.
to eat pizzas and all of that. We are not used to it. Our bodies are not used to it. So,
Karthik Sharma revealing stuff on the stream, which may, Karthik, you know that this stream lasts forever. Hope no managers on the stream. Even I use second monitor for chess based live stream. And AOE matches. Oh, Age of Empires. Sagar, do you know there's an AOE GM player? I don't know, but I think I'll ask Vidit. He is a very good CS player, I think, Counter Strike. So maybe he knows some. Perhaps Nepo is very good at gaming. He might also know some players.
Sriram says, Sagar, yes, Fabi was an ordinary rapid blitz player before, but please note Fabi had exclusive training with Gata Kamsky on rapid format during start of the last year.
Really, Sriram, I was not aware. That's a very interesting thing. How do you know? Was it published somewhere? Himang says Swidler and Nepo are very strong Hearthstone players. Okay. Wow.
So where are we right now, Sagar?
We are in Ghatkopar. Okay, Magnus right now.
Yeah,
So-
Shrikant Bharatwaj has given such a huge super chat.
Not super chat. Contribution on Help Chess. He's a believer. Shrikant Bharadwaj, thank you so much for contributing 10,000 rupees on helpchess.org. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you.
Sriram says this was mentioned in St. Louis last year. Okay, got it.
Okay, so takes, bishop went back for Magnus. As you had said, Amruta, he did put his bishop back here to defend this pawn. King went to f2. I'm a
Oh, he
bit
didn't
surprised
castle.
why he did not castle here, because it seems very natural, right?
Right.
But he puts his king here, and maybe he wants
then it
he wants
changes.
to somehow say that my king is much more active here, could come here if the queens are traded.
Yeah.
Queen comes to c6.
Magnus also delaying castle. Both are keeping the kings in the center. Kind of a little bit.
Yeah, it's a
Bishop b3.
very weird position. I'm very
agreed.
surprised with king f2, because I don't see any benefit. Even your rook is not in.
I know the benefit. He's saying to Magnus, basically, Magnus wants h5, h4 and all of that.
This.
I mean, suppose long castle. I'm just saying, suppose.
I mean,
Now it's not possible. A big question. Rook c1 threat.
yeah, rook c1. But Amruta, if you castle, I play rook c1. I have queen here, which hits your pawn. So even if you win this pawn, I'll win your pawn.
Got it. So you can't do that. And if I... Here I think, can I long castle or is it bad in this situation? Ooh, wait, what?
Guys, white to play. What do you play? Very nice move. Very
Nice.
tough move, actually.
How? Not tough.
No, very different move.
We have Meet Parik Super Chats. Hey Sagar and Amrita. Seriously grateful for everything you are doing with Help Chess. But on a serious note, how do we support you and your work so that you continue with even more energy for many years to come?
No, Meet, we are doing well at ChessBase India. There's a lot of stuff happening around chess. So this is something which, if you can support monetarily, then through Help Chess, and if you want to support in other ways, then definitely, I mean, maybe spreading chess could be one way wherever you are. That would be awesome.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat. So
Thank you
sweet.
for asking. Yes. By the way, the
Yash Verma says, if I become rich, I will organize a chess tournament. Yash, hope you become super rich, billionaire, and you organize all Indian super tournaments.
Rook takes c7 is the move I was expecting, and that is exactly what I got from the chat. Beautiful answers.
Strategy, Knife, Saumik, Shaurya, Santa, Gojobish, 007, Preetaprata, Radnusan, and Gandhar. Oh, almost 100. Yes.
Wow,
There we
100
are.
of you have answered this. Rook takes pawn. If the queen takes, my rook comes here. And guys, here is the secret of playing rook versus two rooks versus queen. If your opponent's king is safe, it's good to have two rooks. But if the king is not safe, like in this case, it's slightly in trouble, then the queen becomes quite a good piece. Like, look at this. It goes here, attacks here, attacks here. You know,
Nice. Yeah, in this situation, two rooks are weaker than a queen.
yeah.
Assessment would not be so easy as the bar in a normal game scenario.
Yes.
But yeah. By the way, Magnus did play queen b6 here and said, I don't want to get into rook c1 tempos no matter what.
Yes.
Also important in the future could be ideas like e5. Not at all right
Oh,
now.
I understand now, Amruta. Maybe when he went here, he didn't want to worry about this pawn push. If imagine this was castled here at this point. Then the queen was undefended. Maybe that was one of his.
But then e5 you will not go bishop f7 is there. I mean, you need some preparation for that.
Yeah. True. Okay. Going back
Okay,
to.
king f2 is a...
Look at his move. C5 played by Fabi
Oh
on
my
the
God.
board. And he plays it after
How much?
12 minutes. He's played in 12 minutes. Pragnananda down to 38 minutes. He has to use his time well. He has to make 20 more moves to reach 40th move in 38 minutes. And also his position is not that great.
Oh, so Sagar, and this is a very important moment because Pragg, if he goes wrong, he will land up in serious trouble.
Actually, Amrita, this position does remind us of the somehow that Pragg got double black in a way. Like yesterday with white pieces, with black pieces, he was struggling a bit, slight disadvantage, and
Yeah.
today with white, he's like as if he's in black.
Correct.
Fabi is slightly pressing.
Correct. But yesterday he did got out of his, issues, and it's never easy to beat anyone when they've reached semi-final. Like, you might get a better position and all of that.
No, he will not succumb easily, and that's what has been told about Pragg, that he's a big fighter. He never gives up. Many of you are saying put the knight on c4, but now guys, you will lose a pawn. And then the knight will jump back, and that's a free pawn that I have taken. So first you need to take care of the
So,
pawn.
Sagar, we can ask the chat what is the move they want to play here, because it's important that they suggest some,
Yeah, I think there's an only move here, so maybe they can try it.
guys, अटैक तो सबको फटैक से आता है. डिफेंस करो, डिफेंस. Any rhymings for defense?
Yeah. Defense. Sorry.
Sagar, we will today do an oath. Whenever I speak, you will focus on what I've said. Whenever you speak, I will focus on what you have said. Agreed?
Yes.
Have you right now focused on what I said?
No.
I knew it, man.
And the right move is e3. Alok Raj, Shiva Shiv, Mandar, Blah Blah, Monty, Dark Rose, Tanushri, Satyam, Rajesh, and Sushovan Banerjee. Well done, guys. e3 is the move here. Coming up, pushing the knight away. And now the only move to keep some edge is knight b3. Hitting the rook. Now the rook.
आए वापस?
Yeah. I think we are back, guys. Sorry about that. Amruta's joke became too much for it to handle.
No, I don't think they even heard the joke.
No, for the stream to handle.
Yeah. Guys, all those who missed my joke, I was saying Sagar was showing.
All those who missed their joke, congratulations.
Oh my god, Hitman. Yeah, that was the brand we should go for. Hitman. Oh, but Pragg has played A3. That was an
E3.
important E3. That was an important move to play. And knight B3. Sagar, you were showing a very interesting variation with lot of hits.
Yes.
It was a super hit variation.
Yeah, it was
but
a
at
super.
the end of that super hit variation was
I thought that Pragg is getting
Yeah.
a fine position at the end of it. So rook here.
okay. Like we can go a little slowly one last time
Yeah.
to understand.
Rook comes in. Then I come here.
Why not rook a2? Yes, rook a2. By the way, the bars are saying Anna and Alexandra Gorichkina, both with the black pieces, are having a big advantage. Okay, it's double.
Okay, so here rook b4. Then I move my knight, hit your rook. Then the rook comes here, hits my knight. Then I bring my knight back. Then generally you don't have many good squares to go to, so you take. I take back. Then you come here, I play my rook up. And this should be not so difficult to hold. And that's the reason why I think Fabi might not go for this line with the rook coming up. And also, firstly, will Pragg play his rook here or here?
What happens if he goes to b1? Because directly then rook b4 seems a bit dangerous.
Yeah, because this pawn is hanging. So
Yeah.
I don't feel that he will go rook here.
b1. Especially because he decided to bring the rook from e1 to d1.
Yeah.
That was his whole idea.
I feel he will go here for sure. And then maybe instead of rook b4, there is a better move for black, guys. What would you play as black? Let's try to think. It's a not an easy move.
Yeah. Also, Just Facts has asked a nice question for rook b4 if a5, knight takes a5, knight c2.
Sorry, knight takes.
Rook b4 a5, knight takes a5, knight c2. But rook b5, then rook a1. Okay, that is, and then knight b3, rook a6. Very interesting line actually. Very interesting.
But maybe here this is better move. Just pinning and winning.
Pinning and winning.
So we were asking in this position what they think is a good move. And let's see. Yes, actually, lot of them have found this move.
Rook d7, blah blah, father of Jackson, Sriram Rangachari, Alvin, Samarth Patkar, Akansh Varshne, Strategy Chess Lab, Yash Parekh, Sarveshwar Reddy, Gungu, and Uttam Kumar Reddy.
Yeah, the move is rook to d7. And I offer my rook for trade. Oh, by the way, Pragg surprising us.
What?
With the move rook a b1.
Wow, this we really did not expect. Okay, he has 32 minutes. How many moves does he have to make, by the way? 18 moves. So, time-wise, still under control. Depends on the next 5 moves. Tell me something. Is it not more dangerous than rook a2? Or is it actually a better continuation?
My only worry was rook coming in and hitting this. I don't know what is the way in which I'll defend it.
Yeah, what is the way?
Because if I push the
rook
pawn...
d3, like the chat had mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Rook d3, suppose.
Rook d3, and also I make way for my rook. So it seems... And you can't take.
Correct. But can you go c4 here, Sagar?
Yes, you
Oh,
can.
no. That's a blunder.
But then he takes... Rook takes, and I'm instantly able to
Got it.
get out of the
equality.
mess.
So not c4. So one thing I like this bishop is doing is at least, the square of b7 is gone.
No piece is useless. This piece has some role, but I'm not so sure how black should continue here. Maybe this is what Pragg saw. But also, Amruta, let's say if I just try to be more useful with my king, what are you planning? Maybe knight.
No, maybe rook.
Oh, nice.
Maybe rook moving somewhere could be more interesting because the rook on a7
rook
is doing
d7 maybe.
No, rook c7.
Actually,
you want to exchange.
Yeah, because look, if you exchange and I exchange, then my rook is active. It's like that football theory which we were talking about, right? It's like he has one attack. I have 2 attackers. He has 1 defender. I go and take away that defender. So I now have 2 attackers and you have 0 defenders. So that way it becomes very tough. So in that way, rook d7 is an
an
excellent
idea.
move.
And Mihir has asked knight g4, knight e5, or is it too slow?
Yeah, also possible. This looks very interesting, but just that you have to be worried about knight coming back, hitting the rook. You can't take the pawn, your knight would hang. So you have to go back. And maybe in order to address that, I like
going
this
rook
move
d7.
more.
But
then
rook d1,
yeah,
let's
he has
consider.
this move. Take. And now knight jumping in, attacking the rook and this pawn. I come back,
Okay.
defend this.
But then rook a4 now.
And this, yeah. So I lose a pawn. At
Oh
least.
no. But can I go rook c2? Or you go knight b3 and defend this?
Yeah, I defend. Yeah.
Okay, I can't go rook c2. How do I get compensation after rook a4? Here, exactly. This seems like a forcing variation, right?
Yes. I mean, here if you do this, I believe you can go bishop f1 and then put your bishop here, maybe pawn up or something, knight here. You can.
Your idea is nice. Bishop c4 and rook c2 trapping the knight.
Could be. So definitely Caruana has a lot of pressure here. We'll see how that goes. We'll also check Nijat Abasov versus Magnus Carlsen. Hey, he's played queen e3, the move that we were thinking about.
Yeah.
But I don't think that you can beat Magnus from such a position, right?
Beating Magnus here. No.
Yeah, it looks tough, and it feels like Magnus might reach the finals today, which takes him just one step away, and I think that would be his highest ever finish at the World Cup. I mean, highest ever stage he has reached, because he has only reached the semis until now.
Yeah.
And if he reaches the final, oh, he's long castled.
And there we have the bet won by me and 50% of the people who were expecting long castles. Sagar, please give a speech on this.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised actually. And I like Nijat's move rook d2. I was also thinking because he can go rook c1. One of the things that I have liked about Nijat, Amruta, overall.
I thought you were going to say liked about me.
Yes, liked about you, but I can talk about it on a different stream. You know, I need a lot of time to talk.
Okay, got it.
But one of the things that Nijat has done well is he's always kept his time well under control. And I think that is a important thing. Even when he's facing Magnus, even yesterday, he didn't come under so much time pressure. He did come at the 40th move when he blundered and lost. But he's playing fast, and he's done that with it, which helped him to win.
Yeah, but
Amruta, if I had to ask one question to chat.
Yes.
What is the weakness in White's camp?
Exactly. Good question. I like it. By the way, we have 772 believers, and currently Shrikant Bharadwaj has contributed a big amount of 10,000 rupees a few minutes ago. So, thank you for all the contributors of today. Sir, that subscriber count has hung.
Yes, I am really very happy with all of you who have answered that d4 pawn is the weakness. Hema, Abhiraj, Tushar, Saksham, Kalyan, Akanksh, Hanshit, Amay, Madhur, and Sai Kumar. You guys are amazing, because this move, this pawn does not look like a weakness, because it's so central and well placed. But you can see how Magnus has kind of mounted on it.
Yeah, everybody on the d4 except for the light square bishops who are like कि क्या करें हम क्या करें क्या ही जिंदगी.
Light square bishops are like the attack is going in some different side. We can't even talk. Let's think about what we both should do somehow, because they are doing something which we cannot take part in. Anirudh Sharma says Fabi with short hair looks like Eminem. Oh, interesting. And Fabi now thinking, Amruta, he's still not made his move. Should we quickly check women's games?
Yeah.
We haven't seen it yet, and today we might get the women's World Cup winner Alexandra Goryachkina versus Nurgul Salimova. It did go as a queen's gambit declined. Bishop g5, bishop e7, and interesting play by Goryachkina. Queen's Gambit declined all the time is getting richer, with the new concepts, new ideas. And this time Black got a good position. But I think Salimova's biggest thing is that she's a fighter. And she's fighting really well. And I think a small edge here for Black, but should end in a draw. Should be. Let's see. Tan Zhongyi versus Anna. Yesterday, Amruta, what happened in their game? I think it was Anna who won. Yes. So today, Tan Zhongyi in a must win, but Anna Muzichuk is playing very powerful chess. Wow, look at that pawn sacrifice. Amazing play.
For Anna, I mean, when she had to beat Maria, her own sister, it would have been definitely a mixed feeling moment. And reaching this point definitely makes, both of them feel very good.
Right, but she lost to Nurgul Salimova,
Yeah.
which made her now fight for the third, fourth place. But she will finish third, I believe, because here she needs only a draw, and she's clearly better with Black.
Wow.
So Tan Zhongyi might, but also because Goryachkina is already qualified to the candidates, even Tan Zhongyi gets a spot. By the way, Rook B4 has been played. So what we were discussing may happen. And Amruta, now it's a key moment. What do you do here with White? Rook
So
D3
we
we
looked
were
at Rook
looking at.
D3 one move. Any other moves we can look at? Let's say I give a check. You go here. And actually, and even if I say and, I really hate this knight at the edge of the board.
I think you need your bishop to help that knight. So instead of giving this check and helping him improve, which only looks like a,
Yeah.
Often I would like to tell people that beginners generally what they do is the moment they see a check or a capture, they do it. The reason is they feel secure in that move. When you give a check, you know that he either has to move the king or block it. So even though it might not be very useful, you will still do it because you will feel that I've limited his options. Same way with a capture. But it's very important not to check at the wrong time. So here, let's keep this in hand. It's not anything very useful. Play bishop f1.
Saurasis Roy also asks, what about bishop c6? But I think we did check that because rook c7 will be a rook c7 will be a problem.
You mean here?
Yeah, and the bishop has no square to go.
Very nice. Yeah.
No, rook d6 you still have there.
But don't you think this one is a trouble?
Ah.
You have to give a check and then you have to move it back. But
then there are other ways.
then I can come
c4
back.
and a pawn is a lifetime weakness. It's not a momentary weakness.
I think Pragg should just give it up and he should bring this bishop, say take the pawn and then get the knight in.
Oh, but it's...
I mean, your problem was the
very
knight,
hard.
right? So you just
I
gave
agree
up.
with you. I mean, you were finding but then rook b1. That's the reason. I thought if he went rook e d1, then the rook better on a2.
Yeah.
Or if rook a d1.
No, for sure. Now I think rook coming up makes a lot of sense. This doesn't look that great. So maybe rook coming up is the move that we will see. But then again, we saw this very nice exchanging move. Then here, then takes, then the knight jumping in, then the rook going back, and then you lose a pawn.
But I prefer this one. You know why? Because
All the
now,
pieces are active, yeah?
why? Yeah, at least, black's knight is for now not coordinated well. So when you go bishop f1 with a direct threat of a piece trap, firstly, you answer. How are you going to face it?
I'll try to run with my knight.
Right. So now what do I do? Rook c2 should I go? Or rook d8 check?
Or maybe bishop here.
Oh, 92.
Sorry. Maybe check or rook here. Yeah, you said here.
Yeah, either of them. If I go rook c2, one idea with the idea of bishop c4 and then hitting the c4, c5 pawn later when you move the knight. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Maybe this is the way, Amruta. Could be.
Or if I give a check first and want that rook idea from behind, basically king g7, and now I go rook a8 maybe.
But then I have always a5, right? If you play
a5. Yeah, for knight c4 anyway, this is well defended and you can always go rook a1. So that's not working.
Let's come back to our live board and see what is the move that Caruana comes up with now. With Pragnananda comes up with now. Our bet is on rook coming up, and you will see that although Pragg has to make 18 moves and had 32 minutes, he is thinking for more than 3-4 minutes per move or even more, which means that he is going to be under heavy time stress in couple of moves. In fact, in 4-5 moves, he will be in some serious trouble. So he needs to speed up, take his clock into consideration. His position is not so good. So if he manages to hold this to a draw, I would say it would be a very good result for him.
Absolutely. Plus, it I think would then give different level of confidence when you were in a worse position with a guy like Caruana. Both the classical games end in a draw, and then you move to tie break. For sure, it's a different ball game. Naman Jain has super chatted. Thank you, Naman, for your contribution. That's YouTube.
Yeah.
The whole thing is, even in this case, there's no knockout now. Because yes, you might get knocked out from semi-finals, but you have to play the next round.
And then it will be either Pragg taking on Abasov or Fabi taking on Abasov. Because right now I feel Nijat is on his way to getting eliminated. Because, I mean, not eliminated, but losing this match. Because bishop c4, Magnus finds the best move here.
C5?
Yeah.
Really? With the king on c8? Wow.
Yes. I think the main reason is, Amruta, this pawn is now over. There is a lot of pressure, and if you take here, then I take, you take, and then I take, and then you take, and then I give a check, and you lose the bishop. So c5, beautiful move here by Magnus Carlsen. And I think this is the move where Nijat has to play d5 now. He has to play his pawn up, and then after Magnus takes, you generally take back with the bishop. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and we reach such a situation where, okay, you can still continue. I mean, I'm not saying that this is drawn or something, but it's very equalish. I put my queen here.
Queen d6 idea, queen h2. The king has to go to g1 finally.
But then I get the e file.
e7, yeah. And the e5 is isolated. So yeah, c5 is an amazing move by Magnus.
Yes. Oh, Pragg goes rook d3, guys. Pragg has played his rook up the board. So in that sense, he should. Now I'm very interested to see.
Sriram had asked for rook d3, c4.
Yes, but I saw that line in the chat. I felt it's very.
Rook b3, rook a4.
I mean, look, white has solved everything. His knight is gone. He's not even pawned down.
Black won't allow this, I guess.
These rooks are active. So I don't think black would love it. c4 won't happen. The move that I'm most counting on for Fabi to play is rook d7. It's a very good move. The rook is not active. This is your best defender. You play it here. And then you get your other rook which is not playing in the game. And this is my line which I think, Amruta, is very, very likely to happen.
Likely?
Rook back. And then I take here. We reach this position, and from here Pragg's tough defense pawn down starts.
Got it.
Which is by no means impossible, but it's not going to be easy. If Fabi does not go rook d7, then maybe something else he must do.
No, we do have a few questions by the chat. One is Rook a b7, that is a blunder. Never forget your long distant relatives. Okay, how about knight if I asked that Trivedi? So
Yeah.
if knight d5 here.
Firstly, I
Oh,
can
it
take with the
gives.
bishop, no?
What happens if you, yeah, take the pawn simply?
Yeah.
So that is already white is happy because he's losing a pawn and you give him a pawn. Not necessary to give him that pawn. Saurus Roy asks Rook c7 with the idea of c4.
Yeah, good idea. This is a
And
good
does
move.
that make sense? Yes,
Very
absolutely
much.
makes sense.
Very sensible move.
Venkat Rangan also had the same move.
I think here there is a good defensive idea. Bishop after rook c7, bishop f1. Because I look at that square and the
C4.
moment you play here, I have a good idea now, which is, guys, can you find it? White to play. I'm sure there's going to be confusion between two moves. Let's see if our chat is good.
Apurva Godbole asks, hi, new to chess, why is pawn down considered such a big disadvantage?
Because Apurva, a pawn in the endgame can become a queen. So at highest level, even if you're pawn down without any compensation, like something happening, it can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and on top level, with that one pawn, they are able to convert many times. Unless it is a sacrifice, which means you have given it up on your own, in return you've got something else. So they know how to convert those kind of positions.
Yes, and the move here, which we have the most, is rook c3. Guys,
Rook
this
c3,
move,
rook d8 and knight c4.
knight d2 is very powerful, hitting here, and then this pawn hangs. So not the best. Rook d8 also some have said, but after king g7, I don't see. It's just that same thing which I was talking about, that you see a check and you play it. But all those who have said knight c4, I am really, really proud of you guys. And that is
Sindhilnathan, Dark Hustler, Hate Doshi, Advait, Srinath, Srinanda Pritish, Viraj, Tanushri, VH, Abhishek.
very good. Because once you take that pawn, you're calculating really well. He can take with this rook, then I take your knight. If he takes with this guy, then now I have this move, rook takes knight. And you will see that the moment you take here, I take with the bishop. Suddenly, it's white who's pressing here.
So this bishop f1 is a very cool idea,
Yeah,
actually,
this is
Sagar, and it's
the
a very
key idea.
tough one because firstly it's a backward move. Secondly, you are moving it from this whole, like, you have this view from your balcony which is of the ocean,
Yes.
and then you are like, okay, let me go to other room where there is a wall.
Yes.
So he's going bishop f1.
Amruta, what will you do with the view if you know that from that view, if you open the window, there's also pollution coming in. So while that view is beautiful, but it's not good for your health. Same way, this bishop has beautiful diagonal, but the white's position is getting difficult. So you have to go out of the view, go into a defensive position now. Yeah.
Got it, Sagar. Right. So for Pragnananda to consider such an idea,
I think
what
it's
would you
easy.
say?
It's easy for him to consider bishop f1. It's not a big deal, but I would say rook d7 is very likely for Fabi. This is one move which I'm pretty sure, after looking at this position for quite some time, that it's the best. Or he may think about moving the knight back and then attacking here. But the problem with this move is that my pawn can move forward with the support of both the pieces, and this looks okay.
Oh, I think I took names of Rook C3. Acha.
Oh.
That's what people said. Okay, sorry guys, but all those who said Knight C4, right? What was
Yeah.
it?
Paban Barua says, can I buy Chessbase India t-shirts from Bangladesh? Yes, you can, Paban. Very much so. We will deliver with whatever delivery charges are there, but the cost will be the same for the t-shirts for you. And yeah, please go ahead. It is open. All the Chessbase India products are available for people all across the world, which means that our chess set, our chess spa books, our t-shirts, our merchandise, everything. Only the Chessbase products, which are from Chessbase International in Germany, and the books are for the people in the Indian subcontinent only, because others have to buy it from chessbase.com and so on. So because there's a price difference there. So whatever we make is for everyone. Whatever we are reselling is for only people in that region.
Okay, that's quite a good amount of time which Caruana is thinking, right? When did he start thinking?
Yeah, 9 minutes already, 10 minutes.
Do you think he'll think for another 10 minutes here? Because his options are very tempting. He does sense that he is better here. And Rook d7 is one option. But apart from Rook d7, there are some very, tempting moves like g4, which we call as a very long-term move.
Clamping.
Clamping this thing there. You also have the rook here. Long-term advantage.
Or
So,
you bring your king up, just
yeah,
improve
king
so that
d7
there is
is
no
there.
there are no checks later.
Like a prophylactic move there. And for moves like king g, let's say king g7. Now if you say, oh, I've got this move and now I can go bishop f1, you see white is going to be even in further trouble here.
Yeah,
Why?
because the rook
Because
comes.
you have left the square and rook comes to b7, which we really had wanted.
But
So,
Amrita, I
what
can
happens
I
for
can
rook?
go here and hit your rook, because you no longer can take the pawn. I'll take your knight. So then you go back and I come here. I think somehow.
Knight a3 again.
Yeah, I want to come here.
Okay.
Or you may try for knight a1, but then he can take and win this pawn. So this might not be a very good idea.
Quite a hard position for sure. Quite a hard position for White, Sagar.
Oh, he plays rook c7.
Oh, the move, basically he's threatening c4 now.
Yeah.
And now what do you do? So
We
now if you go
discussed this,
knight,
no?
yeah, we discussed this bishop f1, right?
Yes.
Because if c4,
Knight c4.
then there is knight c4 and discovered attack. In the end, you lose this thing here.
So Fabi didn't go for rook d7, which I thought was perhaps the best move. But he goes rook c7. Okay, interesting move. Now, will Pragg find bishop f1? And again, it's not only about finding the move, because Pragg can find any number of moves. The main problem is how much time will you take to find those moves, because right now you are down to 26 minutes. You have 17 more moves to make. Meanwhile, Abasov versus Magnus Carlsen has occurred. What we just discussed, d5 did happen. They took pawn
But
takes.
he did not take with the bishop, so the bishop's still on the board.
Yeah.
Yesterday also they had this major piece endgame with the opposite colored bishop. Today it's the same colored bishop. And with the e-file control, Magnus is just swooping in, Sagar.
Now what Magnus will do is he'll start to push these pawns
g5, h5,
and
rook
create
e8.
weaknesses. Then his rook will
Plus
enter.
the d5 is such a isolated pawn there.
No, it's a good pawn, Amrita. It could become a strength, but it's very firmly blockaded.
Yeah, and normally, guys, you should remember queen is the worst blockader. But in this scenario, there is nobody who can, dislodge the queen. No knight can come to e4 or f5.
Yeah, Magnus is enjoying himself. And yes, Amrita, you're very right. If there was a knight to dislodge this queen, it would have been wonderful. But no one can take it down. And now g5, h4 is what is going to happen. Wow.
Jay asks Agarbai in Pragnanda's game, instead of defending with the rook, bishop f3. If he takes pawn, then check with the rook, then bishop to d1. Bishop f3, bishop d1. He wants to go bishop f3, bishop d1.
Yeah, could be actually. Could be, but now this is a threat,
Right
and
now
maybe
C4
you
dance.
had it in different position.
Yeah.
But for now, I think this is a big threat.
Okay, if you don't go bishop f1, what is the next move you think which can be considered, Sagar?
Maybe rook comes out here. This could be possible. And then when he pushes the pawn, threatening to take here, Then we go with our rook. Then you take. Yeah, this doesn't look great, no, Amruta, because you lost a pawn.
So in a way, Pragg's defense will need to be very accurate. We are
Yeah,
here
I was.
where every move does matter quite a lot. Pragg can't go wrong because he's already in some trouble. He cannot go wrong at all.
I think he'll find bishop f1. I guess because it's a very direct threat that black has, and with bishop f1 he parries that threat because of knight takes pawn. So in that sense, this is the move that stops it.
Yeah, in a normal scenario, yes, but with 23 minutes on the clock and the pressure, which has been going on since opening till this point, that's the tricky part.
Yeah. Okay. It's very very interesting. If Pragg manages to hold today, his chances of saving this match, I mean, sort of winning this match, increase drastically,
Yeah.
because then we go into rapid and blitz. And Pragg did beat Hikaru in rapid, and he's doing really well overall in the tie breaks. But in the classical format right now, Caruana has been the beast. He has knocked out Duda in classical. He's knocked out Dominguez in classical. So actually, if Pragg can hold himself here for the next 22 minutes plus 37, around couple of hours, it is going to be very very essential. I think it won't be easy for Pragg because he's facing kind of a machine here who continuously keeps making decent good moves. um Amit Abad says, what are Fabi's options if Pragg plays bishop f1? So Fabi doesn't push here, correct? He has to come up with something else. I'm really wanting this knight to enter the game somehow. But from where? Knight on e4 does not have much future from there. So it's not playing right now. Maybe you want to get the knight here. This is what you want to do. Maybe knight d5 also is an option, because then you can come from this side. Actually, there are many possibilities, but what mainly happens is that I can at least breathe a sigh of relief with knight c2, because the rook has to go back. You can no longer take as this is hanging. So in that sense, I do feel that this one is again, it's not so simple to come up with a move here for white. So even if we make some moves,
Yeah, knight a3 is very tough. The move,
Yeah.
like suddenly you see that no other move can be better move. That's what I thought.
knight c2, rook b8, and again you go with the knight to come here, here, and here, like this.
One question is, if bishop f1, then rook b7. Devansh has asked. Very good question actually, because for rook c7, bishop f. Oh, he did play bishop f1. Oof, that's the first.
But Amruta,
not
he
first
took,
actually.
he took like what? 3 minutes already. So
This is fine because bishop f1 was so critical
it is important.
that if you miss that even if you've taken less more time, sorry, you got the point, I guess. So that's important. But one question is, now if rook b7, because you have given this square, so now let's ask the perfect time to ask a question to the chat and white to play. And we also have Anay Sharma, who has sent 501 rupees, is the 773rd believer on Help Chess just 6 minutes ago. So thank you, Anay Sharma.
Thank you, Anay. Very, very glad that you contributed on helpchess.org.
Wow, we have to see the chat chess moves, Sagar. Very, very interested to do that because for Pragg, you were not getting these options.
Yes.
Oh, they did find few people. Actually, you see the number here is in 30s, which normally could be in hundreds. So it was not so easy. Ishan Varudkar, Ajan Prajapati, Deven Tiwari, Abhiraj Nag, Sahil Jain, Aryan Krishna, Sarvesh Gangu, Alvin, Akansh Varshne, and Bhavish Radhan. Well done. So the idea of rook d8 check is bishop takes a6. Suddenly you win the pawn, yeah? I mean,
Suddenly-
from nowhere.
White says it's Uno flip. Instead of I losing my A pawn for all this while, now you lose your A
कौन सा
pawn.
flip?
That Uno game में flip होता है ना. Have you played Uno?
Of course.
So then why are you?
No,
So-
but Uno flip didn't sound like, I think it's just you are using it. It's not like a normal. Normally you don't use it, right?
Means you mean me as a person?
या Uno के बारे में कभी बात किया तुमने?
You know, I'm a very unpredictable guy, Amruta. You don't know me so well.
Okay, I'll discover you. But by the way, we do have Fabi is saying to Pragg, no, I am going to make sure that you will have to think and think and think. So he goes King G7
I love
very
his move.
quickly.
I love his move.
And now for Pragg,
Uno reverse, sorry.
Uno reverse. Not even flip.
Uno reverse.
I'm sure Uno is now no more a young, young children's game. Must have died out with all such new.
Yeah, but I thought that game was kind of evergreen. Like cards.
There used to be some green cards. I didn't think it was evergreen.
Which one?
No. You really didn't understand my joke, Sagar?
No.
Okay, let's move on then. So over here after King G7, what should Pragg play?
Meanwhile, Magnus game, the queens have been traded. So after h5, b4, h4 takes check. I'm sure Magnus is a little bit torn between playing for a draw and qualifying to the finals and trying for a win. But I think now it's going to peter out into equality.
This one, no? Yeah, because Magnus may not be too ambitious. No, by the way, his classical rating will get affected, right?
Yes.
How much does he gain? Maybe the chat can help. If he wins today's game and if he draws, how much does he
I
lose?
think he will win 2 or 2.5 points if he wins. And if he draws, he might lose the similar amount of 2 points or something.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So almost in a way 4-point difference, right? If you see.
Yes.
Which is huge for him.
Amruta, look, fun fact. Mattel is hiring a chief Uno player. Salary is $227 per hour.
What?
Yes. So, you should keep playing Uno.
Yeah, Sri Ram Krishnan also said it's a perfect analogy.
Now,
Very interesting.
Now I'm actually curious as to whether Pragg will play his knight back and hit the rook. Because then the rook must go back. Let's say it goes here.
Now,
And
do you come back? Like you said, go knight a3 again?
Because let's think what else could you do. One move that comes to mind is rook here.
Yes.
But the problem is
95
then
or 94.
Yeah, exactly. These two and my rook gets sort of squashed.
Another is King G2. Let's say I just improve. Okay. Then C4 is the
Exactly.
worry.
This is the problem. So knight a3 is not at all being just creative or anything. It's stopping c4 again. Because same plan still works, right? I take, you take, and I take. This is how it works still.
It does.
So that's why knight a3 is just playing against that idea.
Yeah, now in fact knight a3 is a very important defensive move.
So yeah, like Pragg goes back, he forces Fabi to go back either here. No, that's what will happen. He'll come back stopping this, and now Caruana has to find a new way to make inroads because
Okay, then it is not easy. New way. What natural comes rook c8, like rook b c8. But you want to go c4.
No.
But then you will just
you
block.
lose your knight.
Sorry, that's super blunder. The 95 or 94?
Yeah,
The next two.
these two are the natural moves. Maybe
So
knight
let's say
here.
94 because I have knight d2 ideas with 94.
You want to come here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go here, stopping it.
Your b2 is not protected now.
Yes. Do you want to come here and attack it?
I do want to go there.
I also feel that at some point, even here, instead of playing knight forward, you can go knight back and create the threat of pushing. Although that's why I thought rook would be better placed here when you are attacking, because when you go rook back, knight here and knight back, there is rook entering here and attacking this pawn. So I
Nice.
would actually go
Rook b6
rook
is important in that
b6,
sense.
knight a3, and now knight a5. And this one actually, again, I'm threatening to push here.
Can I go b3? There is no pin because my b1 is
b3.
protected.
Okay, this is an interesting move.
Computer doesn't like.
Yeah, it says again attack this pawn and you can't defend it. I have one, 2, and 3 attackers.
We can't deny practically Pragg is in a tough situation.
And
But
the
he
thing
can
is,
get
Amrita,
out.
he's not even getting out of the bind easily. Oh, he goes rook b d1. He doesn't even play knight c2. Very surprising.
No, so what is his idea? For c4? What is he
c4 is
intending?
still taking this.
Okay.
c4 is well covered, I think. But this time he might lose this.
Rook d2 is the idea, says Sabarish.
Sorry?
Rook d2 is his idea. No, knight d2. That is blunder. 16 moves left. Yes, Swaroop. 16 moves. How much?
I don't even
16
realize.
minutes.
Wow. I think he's also, even Fabi does not have too many moves, right, Amrita?
Yeah, even Fabi's conversion is not easy. I would say for that matter. But
maybe
easier
this
than
move?
Pragg's defense.
Yeah. Maybe this move, threatening here.
Okay. By the way,
e4.
look at my rook on d3. It has literally no square.
Yeah, e4, knight back, and then rook.
I wouldn't consider e4. But what? Why is it winning so much? 1 second.
Yeah, because the knight went and stopped something there. So white to play, guys. What do you do here? And meanwhile, we have more believers who have contributed on helpchess.org, which is the charitable trust of Chessbase India. It's called Help Chess, in order
we
to
had
support
3 more.
yeah, Indian chess. So big shout out to the names here: Dilraj Singh Pannu, Rohan Basu, Vishal S. Thank you.
Dilraj Singh 126 rupees, Rohan Basu 100 rupees, and Vishal S 1000 rupees. Thank you so much. Back to back aa gaya. Thanks a lot, guys. Oh, did you tell them Tanya's birthday?
Yes, I told them it's Tanya's birthday actually. And one second, let's just talk about the move first. Knight c2, Santosh Hedao, Priyanshu Banwal, Vignesh Subramanyam, Samwan, Shashank, Shruti, Harshit, Titan, Tanmay, and Abhishek Pottar. Well done, guys. Brilliant job. And so, guys, today is the birthday of our very good friend Tanya Sachdev. And at some point, several years ago, she had recorded something for Chessbase. It was based on Improve Your Chess with Tanya Sachdev. And also improve your tactics with Tanya Sachdev. So you can go and check the link in the description where you will get 20% off on getting these video courses. And that is her birthday today. Also, we have the Chesspa book still going on, where you can get it at a discounted cost. For if you I'll show you some ad later. Right now, Caruana is thinking. And also today's product for the day is Chessbase 17 and Mega Database. So please do check it out. First link in the description.
We have Sriram Rangachari who has asked, is Pragg physically tired after that crazy Arjun tie-break? Yesterday and today he has been in defensive mode all through.
Yes, I'm sure he's tired. In fact, this event takes out a lot from all the participants. Whoever I know who played the World Cup, in fact, and I have spoken to them, they all want to take time out from doing whatever they are doing, especially not look at chess, because you know, one of the main things that happens at the World Cup, more than just preparation, is this constant fear of being knocked out. And I think that really saps your energy all the time. Like right now for Pragg, it's not just about him getting into a minus position. It's like, oh, if I lose, I'll be knocked out. At least he'll fight for the third place. But, you know, that was never the case in the previous rounds. So that really puts a lot of pressure Rishi Lapala says, "Do you think Vidit would be playing better now if he never met Samay?" Well, for me personally, I mean, it's a joke for sure. But all those who think about it seriously, I have never felt that meeting someone or not meeting someone causes a dip in playing strength ever. Especially not for a player like Vidit, especially not when you meet a person like Samay who is so lively and makes you feel good. In fact, when Vidit did meet Samay at the Vidit Swidler match, he started playing well after meeting him. So, okay, knight
Yeah,
d5.
and we do have another contributor, 777. That's the 777 believers, Sagar. A nice number there. Janakiraman Dinakar has sent 500 rupees.
Janaki Raman.
Okay. The way we read names very different. Oh, we also have Fred in the chat. He says, "Happy birthday, Tanya. She's one of my favorite friends in chess."
Yes, Fred, and I think when she came to Hamburg to record that video course is what we put up there. There's a very beautiful article on ChessBase which talks about Tanya in Hamburg. And yeah, for now, knight d5 is played. The knight is very centrally located. You can't get in with your rook. This rook is very nicely placed, and Pragg is down to 15 minutes now. Amruta,
Yeah,
it's
no.
amazing how he's losing time so rapidly, right? It's
Yeah.
like we see Fabi's time is going down, but not at that pace as Pragg's time, and he plays
Oh,
this.
thank God. I was just about to ask you that e4 looks a little, like not an easy move so much. A committal move, right?
Yeah,
when you're
because
pushing a pawn.
because you can't take here, you lose your knight.
Yeah.
So you have to now move your knight.
So knight b6 is a blunder.
Yeah, we just saw that it
Yeah.
traps the rook.
And where
I mean,
else?
it doesn't trap, but you lose this knight. So
Where else can the knight go?
I believe that this knight has to either go back
E7 or f6.
or
But
here.
maybe f6 because it looks natural to provoke e5 and weaken another pawn.
Yeah. No, I would not. I would seriously not consider this because your knight gets a beautiful square here.
Permanent, yeah.
So I would think about pushing my pawn here.
Whoa, but g4? I don't know. I mean, I like g4 here. What are you going to
Yeah,
do?
g4 is possible. Very good move. Also, Amruta, very strong move here is knight sitting in the center. So when Pragg actually pushed his pawn forward,
To observe.
guys, remember, whenever you push your pawn forward is a lot like saying yes to someone for a relationship. Yes, Amruta?
Yeah, commitment. It's about
Commitment, because then you will have to give time. And the same thing is here that the knight has now this square is gone. But on the other hand, Pragg has a move that he has prepared not to save this pawn when the knight sits here. What is the move that Pragg has thought of white to play?
Don't you think when you decided to do CA, that was another commitment? Because for 6 months you couldn't play chess tournament, Sagar.
Yes.
So वो भी तो commitment है ना?
Definitely, it was a commitment, and I am happy with that commitment because it made
Happy?
me understand that something I didn't want to sort of continue.
Discard it. Nice. By the way, Raja Raman has sent 1000 rupees and 778th believer. He says 777 थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो 7s हो गए. So thank you, Raja.
And by the way, we have the move knight c2 played. Naveen, Anuradha, Creative Girl, Santosh, Ajendra, Harry, Alvin, Devansh, Ronak, and Vinay. Beautiful job, guys. Now with your knight coming back, you hit the rook and you say, hey, you can't
it's
win
happened
the
in the
pawn.
game, Sagar.
Yeah. I saw it's happened because the knight is hanging. So you have to move your rook back. And let's say you have one square, another square, and 3 squares to go to. So you choose any one. Let's randomly put the rooks here on dark squares.
No, Caruana will go b6.
B6, B7, B8, whatever, Amruta. Just right now.
Whatever, I don't care. Okay, got it.
And you are very true when you said that F3 is not a good idea because of a very powerful move that black has, which is to break the structure. And if I take here, then the knight takes here and it's a very good piece. So Pragnananda, after the rook goes back, again has to figure out what is the move he wants to play. He can't play f3. He can't play e5 because this is a very solid bind with the black pieces.
Right.
So he then has to sort of think
look at
about
his pieces. So you have eliminated two very common moves here.
Yeah.
Right. So now look at the pieces.
maybe you want to get in with your rook.
But
and
I
then,
like your idea of going back knight a3.
but then you just
To
lose a
reach.
pawn, no?
Oh, now it's just
Yeah, it
losing a
just
pawn.
loses a pawn. So maybe not.
Oh my god, so what do you do? What is the engine's best recommendation in that position, Sagar? After rook b8?
After rook goes back, the engine wants to start counter attacking this pawn by going rook d8,
Not
offering
rook
the
d6.
trade.
Not rook d6. A lot of people in the chat are saying bishop g2 actually.
Yeah.
Rook d6.
I was also wondering if you guys would get tempted to play here, but then the c pawn moves forward, and then again your space keeps getting lesser and lesser.
But
So
you might threaten e5 like with rook d6 now.
yeah, that's true. That is true.
Rook d6.
You want to play rook d6. It's playable. But then this,
Yeah,
this,
I hate
this.
the weaknesses are too many in white's position which are easily under attack.
Yeah, I feel this bishop now has come back in a way. It's like it was working somewhere outside the country. Now it has come back and it should not go back. Because if it goes back, then what? Then,
Swedish?
yes. I was also going to sing the song. ये जो देश है तेरा.
Oh, we have a big contribution there.
Oh, Ashwin Trimal has contributed 5,000 rupees. Ashwin Trimal is our very good friend from Pune. Also the owner of True Space. Guys, check out that he's built some amazing stuff in Pune. And in one of his, he's a builder, and in one of his buildings, he's put in a chess, a sort of a space for chess board and a huge giant chess board. So, and also when the Maharashtra Chess League was happening, he owned a team, Pune True Masters. So wonderful to have him here.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwin.
So for now, knight has come back to c2. By the way, all those who are asking if this is the first game of the match, no. Yesterday was the first game. The score was drawn. As you can see the scorecard up there. It was drawn yesterday between Pragg and Caruana. Magnus had beaten Nijat, and today Magnus is very much on course to holding this game. He will not win this. I think it's quite equal as 4 pawns are left, but you never know. Magnus is a magician in endgames, so he may try and sort of turn it around here, but it will end in a draw most likely, and Magnus will go through to the finals, and Nijat will play for the third, fourth game.
You know, I predict Magnus will beat Nijat.
Could be, Amruta.
Because there are
I'm
three
not
pawn
taking
islands.
you on because you've been right on too many things today. So I'm going to be like respectful of your predictions and not.
Oh, okay. Wow, good learning, Sagar. Sriram Rangachari says, Sagar, along the lines you said, Alekain writes in his book, pushing a pawn is like wearing a ring. It can only be a happy marriage or a nasty divorce. There is no midpoint.
Oh, interesting. Did Alekain say this? Very
Yeah,
interesting.
which book, Sriram? That's really a good one.
Okay, by the way, Amruta, here if you see rook b7 played, he clearly did not like this. If his rook went back, then rook d8, and I think he did not like the fact that after rook b6 there was rook d6. So in both places, if he went on the light square, there was rook trade coming in, and then the bishop would have been unleashed to attack this pawn. So Fabi said, I will go back here. But now Pragg's move, Amruta, which is bishop coming out here, makes a lot more sense. Because then it's looking at that rook. So if you push the pawn and I push my rook and then I'm threatening this, you may have to actually push your pawn to block my pawn. And then the bishop is like, oh, I've done my job here. I may drop it back now, again attacking this. It's a interesting line that could happen.
You know, so many of the defensive ideas here which we have are a mix of tactics and strategy.
Yes.
But on one moment it's strategy, on the other it's tactic.
Yes.
It's so much fluctuating in this. That's why it is so hard.
This game is like, driving through the traffic of small lanes in India, or in Mumbai. Because when you are driving there, you need to have complete control on the people around you. Sometimes the slope will come up.
Cows and
Sometimes
dogs and
some vehicle will come from the opposite side. And I think that's what Pragg has to be very, very careful. When is it that he has to switch on his tactical thinking, and when is it when he has to make a positional move? Like if you play f3, which looks like a very simple move, suddenly g4 does look very dangerous over there.
Wow. Okay, but still chances, yeah. I mean, Pragg, if he keeps defending, solidly, this position should be like he should be out of trouble.
Yeah.
Just that these next 4-5 moves not at all easy. Tony asks, what are the t-shirt prices in euros? Are they only 8 euros or so? Yes, Tony, that is
Yes,
true.
that is true.
But maybe if you are out of India, some shipping charges will
you will have to pay for shipping. So if you buy many, like 7, 8, 10, then I think the shipping, and when you will order it, it will get reflected. You will know what is the shipping charges. It will be very, very useful for you.
By the way, Siddhant says Alekhine was the right person to say this. He had 4 marriages.
Yes. Also, Amruta, many top players have had multiple marriages. I think Kasparov is one of them. He has had 3. Maybe earlier chess players were like all these nerdy people, and they had to be like not nerdy but very much in their own craft. So very difficult to
Either they got
manage
married
everything. No, it's not easy. Either you can manage the chessboard, become a grandmaster, become a very strong player, or you can manage. You can be an IM and then have a very good, be a very good husband.
Oh, exactly. You're a GM, Sagar.
Yes, guys.
Even Michael Tal. People are just so like updated with the list of,
Who's married how many times? Yeah.
Michael Tal and yeah.
Okay. So right now, Pragg down to 10 minutes 40 seconds. This will get very, very dangerous for Pragg, because not only is he low on time, he also has a worse position. He needs to make 13 moves in 10 minutes.
So he is not having even one move per minute. No, he is having technically, because he gets 30 seconds per move.
Yes, that's an increment.
But otherwise he's not.
But he's roughly having a minute per move. And meanwhile, we have a 780th believer, Amit Raje, who has sent 500 rupees on helpchess.org. Thank you so much, Amit Raje, for your contribution. For all those joining in, we are doing a fundraiser during the World Cup for raising funds for young talents of Indian chess. These are players who do not have any support like sponsorships or any corporate support, and they are very talented. We have found them in various national events or in international tournaments. They are somewhere in the rating of 2000 to 2300 to 2400, many times trying to become IMs or GMs, and we've tried to identify them, and last year we helped around these many players. You can read all about them there. And in this World Cup, we have raised, these many people have contributed. Every day we update this list with the names and amounts of everyone who's contributed. The link is in the description. You can check it out. And there, as on today, we've raised 7,90,000. And 2 lakh has been contributed by Prashant Singh, the founder of Cornbox. That makes it 9,90,000. And Amruta, today definitely we've raised more than 10,000. So big shout out to our community, because we have actually crossed 10 lakh rupees in the last few days.
I cannot believe it. This is brilliant. Initially, when you said that would be the aim, I thought, okay, it's good to have, aims, well, reaching sun and the moon and the stars and all of that.
Yeah.
But max to max, you can reach Mumbai airport or something like that. Not really. Like, community is too strong.
No, thank you guys. That is very, very kind of you. By the way, Aryan
Oh.
K says, can you analyze knight a3 instead of bishop g2? Pragg
But
did
he
go bishop
did
g2.
go bishop g2, yeah?
He's finding all the good moves. But here, Aryan, knight comes to the center, attacking this. So you need your knight for the time being to control that square in the center.
No, once again. If you go knight c4, then there is knight e4 now.
Yeah, now you lose this pawn.
Yeah.
So he's gone bishop g2, and clearly his idea is to push the pawn, attack the knight, and attack the rook here. That is his idea.
Yeah.
And the moment you
E5.
push your pawn to block my bishop, as we have been discussing, pushing a pawn is just like making a huge commitment. You start to weaken your squares as well, and the knight could make its way from here going into this square or this square, which is what Pragg really wants. That black push your pawn so that my knight, which didn't have great prospects in life, suddenly gets them.
Wow. But for that, he is ready to, make his bishop a permanent bad bishop in that sense. Also, what about c4? Because
Yeah, it is possible, Amruta, to push the pawn to c4 now. I think that is one of the major moves here that has to be considered. Uh, yeah, we have a super chat.
oh, we do have a super chat. Abhijit Achutan says, idea. Let's start a fund for where people can donate money for chess. However, the fund can be withdrawn the day Sagar Shah becomes GM.
No,
Arre baap re.
I don't need money to become a GM, really.
No. It's not for you.
Then?
But the fund can be withdrawn if you become a GM.
Oh,
But that is still very difficult
That's-
because
that's crazy.
that fund can be lifetime and nobody gets it.
Maybe-
Bhagyashree says, I think we should thank our Indian players to play fabulous and reach semis for the 10 lakhs. Absolutely.
Yes.
If not for them,
I want
not
to
possible.
give a big shout out to all the 17 gladiators who went there to Baku and then fought really hard. Each one gave their all, not just during the event but also before it, preparing, putting in a lot of effort. And today the way they have played has kept us engaged and inspired, and many of us, many of you have contributed because of that. So a big thank you to all 17 players who took part.
Abdul Mutal, thank you so much for your contribution. So many people
Super chat.
also thank you for your super chat because many of you have done it for the first time in
Yeah.
this event, I think.
By the way, all those who are asking for t-shirts of ChessBase India, the link is in the description. You can check it out. We have several links. In fact, if you just go once in the description, you will first find the link to ChessBase 17 mega database, then Tanya Sachdev's products, then you have Chesspa, which is our children's chess book. That also has an offer. Then ChessBase India t-shirts. Then we have a chess set. Then we have Help Chess contributor list, which I just showed you. Then Gukesh's course on attack. Then Vidit's course on calculation and tactics. And then the Gukesh and Vidit course. And finally, our platform where you can learn chess, Chess Ranga. So all these links are there in the description. You can spend some time later. But for now, let's focus on the game of Pragg. Because what is Caruana going to do? Even last move, Amruta, since he played, Caruana is thinking for 5 minutes. And for Fabi also, to keep this pressure going, he has had
Not
to be
easy.
very accurate. And that has taken away a lot of his time.
That's the reason one question I had asked, if c4, but it's not very clear to me.
Yeah, I like your move, Amruta, and I believe Caruana will play his pawn push forward. But after rook c3, I still have the threat of pushing my pawn. And then what do you do?
But this move, rook c3, kind of a little tough because, you're kind of taking your rook to some corner over there.
But I have
in
a
way.
threat.
You have that even after rook d8, don't you?
You mean go further? Yeah, that's possible. That is also a possible move.
Oh, hey, not possible.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
it's
think
incorrect.
both moves are okay. So maybe Caruana, I feel a human way to do something is go here, but it doesn't feel very right because knight is coming here, but I can push
Why?
still and attack your rook.
Wait. If knight takes e5,
Knight takes pawn,
B7.
attacking the rook. Then you take the rook. You take this rook.
And now bishop takes a6, knight b2 you have.
And you take this attacking here. And then you take this attacking
Oh,
here.
but it's a blunder. Guys, why to play?
Okay, let's ask white to play and win.
Nice.
So that you guys are sharp on your feet. Trying to
Not
find.
sharp that you can chop the vegetables.
Which vegetables, Amruta?
Sharp as a knife.
Hmm.
Sagar, look, if you don't react to my jokes, look, you're very mean. When Samay cracks an faltu joke,
No,
you
no.
laugh.
They
When
are good
I
ones.
crack a joke which firstly you don't even digest, to understand. It's complex.
No, I'm digesting, Amruta. I'm digesting.
By the way, Samir Ghela has sent 1000 rupees. He's the 783rd believer.
We also have Aniket and also Sachin Maminla.
Aniket has sent 200 rupees. Sachin Maminilla has sent 501 rupees. So we have 7 and right now 784 believer. Arun Krishnan has sent 200 rupees. So 784 believers. Do you think we'll reach 800 today, Sagar?
I guess so. Rook B1.
Bad
Whoa,
karma.
look at the number of people who have answered this.
Is this right? Oh,
Yes.
150. Bad karma. You did good karma right now. Akshay Kamtre, Shrihan Podar, Shreyaj Gokhale, Zendel Nathan, Alok Raj, Ninat Shenoy, Rohan, Anil Thakur, and Venkatraman Satyamurthy.
Yeah, just bring your rook to the B file and attack this knight and you're winning.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop comes to, and we are waiting for Fabi's move. He's on 19 minutes right now. And Pragg has 10 minutes.
And we have a super chat from Cots Reacts. For
Hello,
the first
Cots.
time, he says love from the Philippines. The run of the Indian Grandmasters this World Cup is just amazing and inspiring. Hoping that we can learn from how India provides support to their chess athletes.
Thank you, Cots. In fact, I was in Philippines along with Amruta and Jacob Agard, the famous author. We had gone there in 2017 in Manila. And at that point, we met Torre, the legend from Philippines, and also there was a session there. I think one of the biggest aspects of Indian chess has been the fact that Vishy Anand has been there in the country, has represented India, and I think Amruta that really helps. I mean, for Philippines,
Yeah.
till a point, Wesley So was the flag bearer for the country, but now he represents USA. Of course, he always says that in his heart, he still has Philippines. But I think for India, this has been a huge thing that Vishy remained an Indian, and that has inspired a lot of people from India,
yes.
a lot of youngsters. So we are very grateful for Anand for doing what he did.
It doesn't feel impossible because Anand did it. And
Yes.
this just emotion that, oh, this is possible has inspired so many.
Yeah.
We also have Sakar Chess who says, hello Sagar and Amrita ji. Happy to share my 4 students won 5 trophies today in Kalyan tournament. Just returned home and now enjoying the stream.
Wow. Sakar Chess Ambarnath is like full chessmai person. He lives in chess. He has students who learn chess. He makes videos. He has a channel. Guys, check it out. And he also makes a lot of he makes this calendar for all the Mumbai players that these are the events happening. So please check it out. Does a lot of work revolving around chess.
Yeah.
And I think it's also people like him who are so helpful in general to the community, which boosts it. And I see that in a lot of people in Indian chess. Oh, meanwhile, let's see what Magnus is up to.
Oh, my prediction finally going wrong, Sagar.
Don't be so sure, Amruta. Because this endgame which we have reached is better for white, clearly. And guys, the reason why it's better, can anyone tell us in the chat? Oh, sorry, for black. It's better for black. What is the reason?
Oh, we have Swapnil Tembe who has sent 2000 rupees on Help Chess, 785th believer, and he's the one, I believe, in Meghalaya.
Oh,
Chess Park. Very nice, Swapnil. That's amazing to see.
he is an
that.
IAS officer. He's currently the director of sports in Meghalaya. You should check out his interview, which I did yesterday. And he has done something truly phenomenal in Meghalaya, where there was a DC park, District Collector's Park, and he made it into there's a chess arena created there. It's beautifully done, and they intend to do it in all the 12 districts of Meghalaya. So it's amazing. Yes, and all those who have said that the pawns are on light squares, this is
Yeah.
one main reason why this position is better for black. He can go here, attack this, he can move his bishop here, attack this. But the problem is there are not enough weaknesses. So
like principle of two weaknesses, if we try, then where is the place where our g4 bishop can attack the a4 and d5 pawn at the same time?
yeah, there's no square.
Yeah, the b3 square has been taken by this
And
guy.
also there's c6, but the pawn will just
Yeah.
take it. So there's no way to
Yeah.
attack both the pawns at one go, which is why white should be able to hold a draw.
Right.
Yes, Amruta, maybe your prediction will come wrong this time. And by the way, there's one super chat saying, Vijeta, why are you asking for phone number and address for donation? So, Vijeta, these are the details which are needed for us if you want ATG benefits. And I think they have to be filled in. And also, in case you have any later on any issues, we will contact you for in case if it is needed for anything. I believe that address is a must. Maybe even phone number. I can check with my team, but that is the thing. And Shashank, but all the information that you are giving is, of course, very, very safe and will not be used for any other reasons apart from help chess updates. Shashank Joshi, thank you so much for your contribution.
By the way, Shriram Rangachari says, Sagar, talking of Manila, Vishy lived 2 years of his school life there. It is
Yes.
there that he got access to books like Tal Attack, UA, Reshevsky, etc. after winning consecutive puzzle competitions.
Yeah, I think there was this very famous story, right? That Vishy used to come back from school and then he would tune into a program on television where they would say the person who gave the right answers would be given a chess book. And so Anand would send in without fail, like what his mother would do, Sushila. She would record the program and then Anand would come back from the school and watch it somehow. I don't know how they did it, but he would watch it. And then at that point, he would then send in the answers and he would get all the time right answers. So at some point, the TV show got so tired. They told Anand, please come and take whatever books you want, but don't take part again. And I think that was a very nice story. And eventually, I think he did meet Torre's brother, Eugene Torre's brother, who guided him there. And those humble beginnings, I think, in his chess happened in Manila. So, yeah, Philippines did play a role in building
Nice.
Vishy.
Amazing.
We had another super chat, Amruta, I think, here. Ayush Sharma says, Hey Sagar Amruta, I am from IIT Tirupati. Here in our IIT, peeps respect your work and uplifting the young talents of India a lot. God bless you both. Thank you, Ayush.
Thank you,
It's
Ayush.
very kind of you.
Yeah, IIT has a great chess culture now with tournaments, annual tournaments now. Strong players in IIT, so amazing.
By the way, Amruta,
Yeah,
here,
knight G4 played by
the
Caruana.
same idea we thought
And
the
listen
knight
to
would
me.
go from here.
13 minutes. He played the move after the thought of
14
almost
minutes.
14
He was
minutes.
on 27 minutes. He's come down to 13. But his idea is to plonk the knight here, attack the rook. So for Pragnananda, now it's a choice between being slightly more active. Amruta, remember we were discussing this move, push the pawn, which seems a little weird because the knight can take it. But on the other hand, you have unleashed your bishop on this rook. And if you were to move this rook,
Rook b4.
no, but there's the knight here.
Oops, sorry.
So rook b6. Then I can actually go in with my rook attacking here. So it's not so easy for you
Yeah,
to.
because if you take on d6, ED6 would be maybe dangerous
Yeah,
for you,
for sure.
or,
For sure.
not?
This is very dangerous. This pawn is very strong. My bishop could come here.
Right.
But I think the best move here would be then to go back. Because as we discussed this line, knight takes pawn, bishop takes rook, knight takes rook, bishop takes pawn, and now you mustn't take here
Okay.
because the rook comes and wins material.
So C4, if I go C4, bishop takes C4 is the problem.
Ah, yes. Bishop. Oh, actually, it's a good move, Amruta. C4.
What?
Takes
No, C2 is hanging.
and then take, fork. Then you take here. Then take and take.
It's
And
this is a drawn
it
Indian,
should
I
be
believe,
equal
but maybe
because
with
equal
G4.
pawns.
But there is another thing. If C4 takes rook takes C4,
Yeah.
rook takes D3,
Yeah.
rook takes C2,
Yeah.
rook takes B3.
Yes.
Winning for white, right?
Yes. And actually here there could be this move, but then I have rook here. So seems okay.
You defend.
By the way, so knight coming here and Pragg can push the pawn. But that's not the only move here. The other move could be to just move the rook to C3.
I've never liked rook C3.
No, the
to be
reason
very
I'll tell
honest.
you why.
I've never liked.
The reason is if I put my rook here, then what happens is that after knight comes up here, F4.
Oh, so your whole idea is to take away the C4 square
C4
from
square
the knight
also-
and also the tempo.
Yeah, the knight is no longer attacking the rook.
Oh,
And then I'll push E5.
wow.
So
Wow. Man, still saying the same thing. The position is too hard,
Yeah.
to play.
people
but
are
Pragg
asking how many more moves to reach time control. 12 more moves and Pragg has 7 minutes, 13 minutes for Fabiano. We have a super chat by Sagar Sonawadekar. Hi Sagar bhai, back to the channel after a long time. Who knew taking advice from you on sacrificing the queen sometimes would land me up in jail?
What?
Sagar Sonawadekar, I remember you sending very dangerous super chats even back then. So welcome back. I forgot I should be careful reading your super chats. Pawn to E5, pushed, bishop opens up, and now
Oh, he's played E5.
Yeah.
Great decision by Pragg. Even with 7 minutes, actually, you see this move requires guts.
yes. I mean,
Great.
we never doubted Pragg's gutsy attitude. He always has had guts, but against Fabi's cold, sort of emotionless calculations, is this good enough? That is the question.
By the way, Samiksha Hegde has super chatted. Why chess so complex?
Yeah. Samiksha, that's the reason which keeps everyone hooked on to this sport, right?
Like
That-
marriage, yeah. But marriage is more complex though.
although not everyone remains hooked to it. Although not everyone remains hooked to chess as well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Aditya Torne has super chatted and says, from IIT Bombay, love your work. Chess culture year OP.
Chess cult. Yeah, Aditya. A lot of people from the IIT Mumbai come to the chess club at Phoenix Market City. It's not too far. It takes around 20-25 minutes. So someday I hope that all of you can come there and we can, have a good time together.
Vinal asks, there is no option of Apple Pay for donation. No, Apple
No,
Pay.
I think there's only Razorpay has some, and apart from Apple Pay, maybe all you have UPI options, you have debit, credit, debit card, credit card, everything.
Oops.
And Amruta, also we are very confidently moving towards 12,67,000 subscribers today. We started off with 12,65,900.
Sorry.
We reached 12,66,000 and now we are moving towards 12,67,000.
Yeah, I guess we missed some names, but we have the latest contributors on Help Chess. Priyesh Kothari, 250 rupees he contributed.
Wow.
Pratik Ramakrishnan contributed 1,000 and
1,111. Nitin Chandra has contributed 5,000. Thank you, Nitin. Vijay Gupta has contributed 1,111. Also 1,111. Kabir Upadhyay has contributed 1,000.
oh my god.
Thank
that's
you
all
so
in 2
much.
minutes.
And Dipanshu Gidwal has contributed 1,269. That's brilliant. We have had almost reaching 800
Very
contributors.
close, very close.
Meanwhile, Pragg has pushed his pawn. Fabi is still thinking here.
And that's why people are super chatting. Kiran Karant has sent 1000 rupees. Says, thank you, Chessbiz India, for reviving my interest in chess. I used to play chess regularly in Karnataka circuit. FIDE circuit jaise sound. As a kid, alongside the likes of Stani and Girish Kaushik, who are GMs now. I had stopped playing to focus on studies. Not such a good player.
You know, generally, I know these players who used to play chess earlier and then stopped chess because of studies and were as good as all these. And they, when they come back, if they start working on their chess, they kind of become very good pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Because
in the
they have
earlier
the
times,
base is pretty
yeah,
good.
Yeah, for sure. Dilraj Pannu has super chatted saying, talking about Samay brings smile to your face, but when Amruta cracks a joke, you don't respond that well. So it's high time for Amruta to kick the rook out of the room.
Dilraj bhai, you know, I can just click your name and ban you from this channel.
Which he knows that you're not going to do that. Oh.
Robin Jangu says chess-based podcast shuru karo. In fact, we have our first podcast with Gukesh, who was here, and whoever is going to come next to our studio in Mumbai, we are going to do podcasts with them. Our aim is right now, I think we will have Gukesh's trainer Vishnu Prasanna coming to Mumbai this September. Eventually, also Tanya is planning to come. So these are the people who are likely to come, and we'll have podcasts with them. Quite detailed one. One of my main inspirations for podcasts has been Lex Friedman. I watch his podcast. I used to watch it very, very religiously when he started doing podcasts with chess players like Magnus, Hikaru, Levi, Botez sisters. He's done with all of them. I watched it and now I've started following him for other people as well. And I like the long conversations that are there. And I would like to do that with some chess players. Although I keep doing it in my interview, I've just not named it as podcasts.
Yeah, I think his interviews are a lot of interaction that way, which are really, really good.
But podcasts are sort of less formal, I guess,
Yeah.
many times. So,
And we keep doing unofficial, informal podcasts, which are not recorded, Sagar. By the way, Pratik super chats 1111 for help chess and 111 for you, Sagar. Keep the show running.
Thank you, Pratik.
Pragg for the win.
Well, right now, Pragg is pushed his pawn and look at Amruta. Caruana has come down below Pragg's time.
Exactly, we never expected that.
So, guys, think about it this way. For the entire game, Pragg has been under pressure in the position, which he still is. But also, he's been low on time than Caruana. Now, suddenly, Caruana's time is going low. So, it will be a first for Caruana today. And imagine if the game flips. Then in the last few minutes, Pragg could actually beat him and go to the final. So, you know, anything is possible in this last 20, sort of 15-20 minutes before we reach move 40.
I mean, the next 11 moves can change the life of one of the guys.
Yeah, sort of the tournament trajectory for sure.
In a way, yeah.
And right now, pawn to e5, bishop is attacking the rook. And in fact, there are 2-3 moves that can happen. One is rook b6, b8, other is rook b6, and the third is knight taking the pawn.
And before you analyze the move, Sagar, we have Shaumik Sarkar who has sent 2,000 rupees on help chess, 792nd believer.
Thank you, Shaumik.
And Amok Bharatwaj has sent 300 rupees, so 793rd believer.
Thank you, Amok.
And Sean BC has super chatted and asked, do Indian prodigies like Nihal and Pragg have girlfriends? We don't know that, but once they are 18, I think we can ask them in the interview.
Although I asked Gukesh, he's still not 18. And he said, what? No, not at all. Okay, you can check it out on that podcast. So, this could happen, Amruta.
Yeah, 3 moves you showed. One is 95,
take, and this is what you also analyzed.
Yeah.
And pawn push, and take, and here, and here, and here. Something like this.
Yeah.
And this should end in a draw.
Could be. But your move, rook b8. I don't think we analyze this move.
Yes.
If it is.
Yeah. This is a good suggestion because now this pawn is hanging and I have to go rook e1 to defend it. Yeah, maybe rook b8. If Fabi finds it, might be the best because rook b6 is met with rook d6.
Yeah.
And rook b8, if you try to go rook d8, then the problem is he takes, and you just lose a pawn without compensation.
So what is the best move for rook b8? Like
rook e1. If you go here, just rook e1 defending this.
Can I not go rook d6 still?
Here?
Yeah. If you take the pawn, I take a6.
Yeah, it's possible.
Like.
But Amrita, after I take, you take, I could suddenly play pawn up and my knight goes back and you lose this pawn and it's too much trouble. Also, my knight jumps into d3. It can get very risky. But look at Caruana's time. He's down to 4 minutes.
Do you think actually when he was in a better position and slowly you realize that the position is not as better as it was, you kind of start feeling sometimes you go into your past.
Yeah, exactly.
What you could have done better. Sometimes, of course, as a top player, I don't think he will spend too much time in his past because that's something which you have to avoid. But at this point, he is definitely not so comfortable, Sagar.
Absolutely, yeah. This is getting really intense, guys. 3 minutes 40 seconds for Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, we have a huge number of super chats which have come in.
Yeah, and contribution 794th believer Krishnan Ginger GM fan has sent 888 rupees.
Fan of Simon Williams there. Thank you so much for your. And we also have a few super chats here from. Maybe Amrita, you can read it from here.
Actually, that's okay. This one. Abhishek Panchal says, here is a small contribution. Would love to see an Indian win Chess World Cup and have a rover on the moon in the same week. Lots of love from
ISRO. Keep up the good work. Wow, Abhishek, thank you.
Oh my God, amazing.
That's fantastic. All the best to you as well. Kush says, been following you folks since COVID. While I haven't learned chess till date, it is amazing to see your efforts. I introduced my parents to CBI today. They love it as well. Keep hustling always. God bless. Thank you, Kush.
And I'm wondering how does he love CBI because he's not yet learned chess, Agar.
He watches just the banter, the analogies. Abhi says, great tournament coverage. Both your passion for chess is infectious. What a time to be an Indian chess fan. Please like this video. Love from Germany. Abhi, come to Dusseldorf. We are going there. All the players will be there. Nugler says, do you think chess should be creative where chess board would be different, having random pieces, random size of board? That would be the right way to find true genius rather than who studies harder. That is true, Nugler. But, just as in life, so on the chessboard, there are different things you need. Not just creativity, but sometimes memory, sometimes hard work. All of this has to come together. That's what makes you a top chess player. Oh, Magnus's game, by the way, still heading towards a draw. Magnus not accepting it, Amrita. He's still fighting on.
So that is...
They have had moves. In fact, it was hung up for a bit. He took, this happened, bishop takes b7, knight takes d3.
Okay, but still he did come down to 7 minutes then.
Yes, he did come down to 7, but not to 4. And bishop takes c4 has happened. So, Pragnananda actually playing this very, very carefully. The variation which we just analyzed has happened. And I think now we can be sort of sure, Amrita, that this game will end in a draw. What do you think?
Okay, I would love to hear that and to, be sure about that. But the final best way, if Caruana continues, knight takes b2.
Yeah, we analyzed rook b1.
Your rook b1. Yes. Yeah, your bishop e3, knight to e1 and it's all over. So this, and then you take here, and rook then you take here, and the knight goes back to e5. So in this scenario, how much danger are you going to say for white with ideas like g4, knight f3, and these
that's a very good point.
Idea.
Actually, that I didn't, because I thought, why not just play this move? It looks good.
But what's the plan for g4?
Yeah, maybe g4 with the idea of knight check, rook coming in and threat. Guys, remember, this is a mating net that you must keep in mind. Check, let's say I play my pawn here just to be sure. And now check, king up, and knight moves in. And this is already big trouble because this is a checkmate. And this is what Caruana could be trying eventually, but Pragg will not allow it for sure. So bishop takes pawn, hits both the knights, and the point is if you take the bishop, I take your knight. And then I have extra pawn. Like you can go here. I can go. Oh, I can't go here. Oh, this is an interesting move.
Shit. That is a blunder. Let's ask the chat if they are alert, or maybe just tell them.
Yeah, because here there is knight check, and you lose the rook, so you have to go back here.
It's like, let's ask the chat. No, forget it. Let's just tell them.
So Caruana, the reason why I've started to feel more confident about Pragg holding this is because too many pawns and pieces have been traded.
Yeah, so that's the only possibility for black.
Yeah.
The g4, the clamping, and if there is any extra pressure on the king, which we should definitely check later. By the way, we do have
a super chat from Imran who says, Imran from Tamil Nadu, I'm 45 years old, working in bank, rating 1007, not active for several years, suggestion required. Thank you. Well, Imran, first things first, at this age where you are, it's very important to play, to get down on the field, to play some games, and to maybe lose a few games. That's okay, but it will get you into that flow of the tournament, because from home it's very easy to think you can control everything, but when you play on the board you may blunder stuff, and that should happen. Sort of, that will be a journey towards coming back. By the way, some move has happened, Amruta. He's taken on f2.
what?
Fabi says,
never considered this.
Yeah, I mean it's like a desperado, because
I know. Maybe he's okay for the race, Sagar, because he'll have the passers, central passes.
Yeah.
So rook takes c4. He is saying that it's not
not over, because Pragg is now losing the knight and the pawn, and here black has 4 pawns against 2.
Practically, I think.
But Pragg finds a brilliant move here, Amruta, and this is what I want to ask the chat. What does white play here? White to move.
Okay, let's.
Beautiful move found by Pragg, and actually it was the only move to stay in the game. If he hadn't found it, he would have been in massive trouble. And Amruta, although we thought that this game would end in a draw, far from it. It's actually these both players want to play really sharp chess.
Aditya Golatkar has super chatted. Sagar, please show line where the black knight is trapped. That knight b2 and I guess.
But look at this, Amruta, here. The people in the chat have found the right move. Knight a1 is correct.
81.
Giri Jack,
Sehar, Santosh, Ratnam, Sarfaraj, Sid, Dheer, Amar, Avkay, and Trigonometry.
Yeah, these are the top 10 who found this move. Knight a1, only move. Because if you take the pawn, I take your knight and I'm winning.
Wow. In a way, counter attack. Though it looks defensive.
Yes.
But it's such a paradox here.
And Amruta, if you take here, I take this. And then check, my king moves up. And even if you win this pawn, I have a passer. So you have to rush back here. And then in this situation, it can get very sharp.
I mean, I always take a moment before playing a7.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just like, this one could be is a draw, but it could have been quite dangerous for both sides. I think mainly for black, because his rook is tied down and the king is coming in. But this did not happen at all. He went knight back and he told Pragg, I'm attacking your pawn here with my rook and knight. So Pragg said, I'm defending it with my pawn. So he went rook to b4, now threatening somehow. He's not even threatening actually.
No, because if I go rook b1, then he has knight takes a4.
You mean here if you defend it this way? Oh, brilliant. Making use of the pin.
Ye brilliant hai.
No,
many times I tell you brilliant things which you don't find.
Amrita, this is a typical trap which you shouldn't fall into. Like when someone praises you, you are like, oh, now you are praising me. What about all the times you didn't praise me?
Philosophy, Shah. So what should I do?
You should just say thank you. And yes. So for the time being, right now, this pawn cannot be defended this way. It cannot be defended this way. But
You
it's not
ignore.
really being attacked.
Yeah, it's a delusion. You can't actually, if knight b3, rook b1, there is no rook f4 check also. Yeah.
Oh,
Rook
Amruta,
c1.
we have a big news coming
Pragg
in.
played rook c1.
Nurgul Salimova is actually beating Alexandra Goryachkina. She
Man,
might
that would
take
be
the World Cup.
Such a big
It
upset.
might be the first ever time an IM takes a World Cup.
Oh my goodness.
So we'll go to that game in a bit. But for now, we also have 3 contributors on helpchess.org. Thank you so much to Darshit Vakil for contributing 500. Chintan Shukla for contributing 5,000. Subrajoy, our very good friend, 1,000. Thank you, Subrajoy. Thank you, Chintan, and thank you, Darshit. It's very amazing. By the way, Amruta, rook b4. I'm waiting for Pragg to play his move. Fabi,
35th move and Pragg has to make 4 moves now.
imagine I play my pawn up here, okay? And I
Yeah.
say to Fabi, you can take if you want, but then when you will take it, I will pin you. And then Fabi says, oh, okay, maybe this is not something I want to get into, although there are some tricks. But
But he
Amruta,
will
the
take
problem
F5.
is exactly, he
You
says,
don't wait, you start.
I am
Time
pushing my
ahead.
pawn. So for Pragg,
Ooh,
it's
what's
very
happening?
important. He pushed his king forward and Fabi pushed his pawn. So now it's 2 central pawns against 2 queenside pawns, which could be actually a huge advantage to white because he has these 2 passers. But Amruta, on the other hand, the big issue is that these pawns are blocked while these are free flowers.
Yeah, but right now there is a tactical threat. He is threatening knight b3 because if you go and pin him, there is rook e4 check.
Oh, let's just show it. So if you are not careful here, and
If you
let's
play
say,
a5, let's say, or h3.
let's make this move, then now could be to take knight rook
Oh,
here
computer not
and now check, and I come out of the pin here. That is the main point here. So let's see what Pragg does. Actually, for Pragg, the best move and actually a strong move.
Can we find it?
Yes, let's ask the chat. Also, guys, try to think what is a good move here for white. Not easy, but
Why
also.
not knight c2 is also question.
But knight c2, just take on b3 check.
Yes,
your knight is defending this pawn.
Yeah. Oh, we have. Yeah, we read it, no?
Yeah. Guys, this is the live position and that is the Magnus board. Do you want the live board of Magnus or Pragg? That is a good question. Meanwhile, Amruta, look at this. Our chat on fire, finding the move, rook d4. Brilliant job by
Shriram,
Shriram.
Manoj, Tanushri, Dheer, Amar, Daniel, Aditya, Rahul, Tharun, and Abhinav.
Amazing, guys. You guys are so good. Rook d4 played here, and I think Pragg may play it.
Yeah, I think he'll find it because very natural. You are in a way you are attacking that rook. If rook takes d4 and if it goes into that
No, this
knight
is lost.
game,
This is lost.
because you have the rook pawn which we were
Yeah.
dreaming about.
Yes.
It's like a dream come true.
But
which
he won't
Fabi
take.
will not allow.
He will go back and he will say, now I'm really threatening to take.
Yeah,
And
and I
actually-
can push b4.
Oh, he didn't play Amruta rook d4. Oh, he did play rook d4. Or he didn't. No, he played king d2. Pragg played king d2. Ooh.
Okay, but then Fabi went.
No, look at this nice move. If takes, he's going to attack you twice.
Oh, tactical idea.
Yeah. So that's the reason why. But Fabi now pushes his pawn. And he's telling Pragg and Amruta, you are on move number 37. 3 more moves to make. 3 more moves to make. Pragg has 3 minutes. Fabi has close to 4 minutes.
Oh, Pragg doesn't take f4. Why?
No, he first attacked the rook. That's fine. He goes back.
But now you have to take, right? You
Yeah.
cannot allow like later f3, g4.
Yeah, that could be dangerous. I think taking makes sense.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you are giving 2 passers in the center. And I'm a bit apprehensive. But the main thing is the king has come in to do the job. So king can push the knight. then slowly push the pawn, then bring the knight. It's a double-edged endgame, guys. It's not at all a draw, or it's not like Pragg is winning. It's not like Fabi is winning. It can go anywhere.
So that means, Sagar, this is the position which doesn't seem like it will end in a draw.
It
For
may
some
end
reason,
it may
it
end in a
doesn't.
draw, but after a brief, like it will be a fight, not like immediate draw. So let's say my most natural suggestion is to take, and then play my king up. This is what I thought should be good. But suddenly, black plays a move which is very powerful, and Pragg is in a bad situation, which is rook c8. And the main idea is I'm now threatening to at least chop a pawn and give you a check.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think, okay, I'll go with my king even further. But what has happened to you is that you have slowed down, and I'm pushing.
Yeah, also it's like that knight on a1, right? Very bad piece. Very, very bad piece.
Yeah. And now suddenly this check threatened, these pawns very strong. So it's going to be not at all easy for Pragg.
If you talk about for which side it is easier to play, it's still black.
I don't know. I
Definitely
thought
black.
like humanly I felt white. But this, when you see moves like, when you take and see, oh, he'll go back, then I'll push. But suddenly this move comes and you're like, oh, it's not good for white. So it's tricky. And also, Amruta, we are closing in on move number 40. 2 more moves to make. So imagine if you take and Pragg suddenly makes this move on move 40 and Fabi plays this. Suddenly you have half an hour and you are in trouble.
But instead of king c4, let's see some better ideas, Sagar.
Okay, but first, should you take or not is a massive question,
No,
Amruta.
you should take.
No, Amruta, why?
Then f3 and g4, what are you planning to do for that?
I'm not worried about f3, g4. How about I go a5?
Okay, I like your race
I want to push. And right now, if I push this, I'm losing this pawn.
Correct.
So my thought is, why not Pragg just push your pawn?
So if a5, he goes f3.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
push.
now what?
I was thinking b4, but maybe
And
not.
now if f2, knight e4 check f2, what are you going to do?
Yeah, king here.
f2.
And this pawn is very strong. You're threatening check. And you're also threatening to queen. I'm in big trouble.
What's the time? How much time Pragg is having?
He has only 34 seconds. He has to make 2 more moves.
Man, this
2
is
more moves for
very tough.
Pragnananda. Yeah, let's have the live board of Pragg so that you guys don't get confused about which line we are analyzing. This is the live. Oh, he takes on g4. f4, sorry.
Yeah.
He takes gf. And now, last move, Amruta, for Pragg, best move is a5. Don't play king c4, Pragg. Don't play this.
Okay.
That would land up in a bad situation.
One blunder he'll avoid. What else apart from a5 is okay?
a5,
Knight c2
rook
means
e1,
blunder.
stopping knight d4 check.
Can you go rook f1 here, stopping f3?
But then it's just e5, no?
Yeah, but after e5 you don't have f3 or e4 both.
Yeah, e5 just gives... I'm waiting for Pragg to make his move. He has 50 seconds. This is the live board, guys.
Yeah,
Right
a5
now.
has to be found, otherwise it's definitely a trouble in the sense after 40 moves.
$30 seconds left. I think Pragg has made use of his time quite well till the end. बूंद हर एक सेकंड का इस्तेमाल करूंगा मैं.
He's played a move. Oh,
A5.
thank God Pragg plays a5.
A5.
At least he gets some time to think.
Yeah.
And he's still in the game.
Yes. Very
Oof.
much. He gets 30 minutes more and he's very much in the game and he wants to push his pawn forward slowly and steadily. He's banking on his pawns doing better than the black pawns in the center. We don't know which pawns are stronger.
That is what we'll have to find out, Sagar. Because the most important thing is, one is the pawn race. And the second one is whose pieces are placed better.
Yeah.
Here, clearly, until this knight is little bit in the game. Thoda to, kuch to. Until then, Pragg definitely still has to struggle, I would say.
Yeah. Knight is like that. He's just keeping the position intact, holding it, doing no other job. Just one job. But if you can get this pawn up, then it comes out with vengeance like this. In fact, this knight has had
Like
such
Saman,
a
no?
terrible
He's right
life.
now doing only stand-up comedy, but after before Knight B3, he'll start doing chess streaming again.
Yes, for sure.
It's kind of stopped
I was
streaming.
actually going to say a lot of things about the knight, but now.
Okay, what are the things?
No, I was saying that the
Please,
knight
please say.
hasn't had a good life overall in this game. But after your analogy, we'll skip it.
Oh my god, we reached 799 believers. Guys, we will read the names. But
Oh.
Manish Lalwani is the latest one.
Let's just finish this
Yes,
40th
yes.
move for Fabi and then read it. And meanwhile, we've also crossed 12,67,000 subscribers. So we are.
67, yeah.
Wow.
Sagar, over here, if Fabi plays knight e4 check.
Okay.
No, f3. That was my move, right? If he plays f3, then what are you going to do?
Yeah, now your threat is check and then f2, right? So I need to be careful. I fell into that trap once. How about I attack you?
And then f2.
F2, so that if I take, you give a check and
Yep.
you win my rook. Okay, I'll go up.
Okay. So we'll have to analyze this. How much time is Fabi having? 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock.
Are you going to say 2 minutes of Monvrat?
I can.
Maybe we can.
Yeah, Amrita, we can. You can also. Because since
Yeah, like-
morning you have been talking, not just in the stream.
Oh my god. By the way, we are having 34,300 votes in 3 hours as of now.
In our YouTube chat, and
Yes.
the question was, will Pragg make it to the finals today? So the answer was yes, he will 63%. No, he will be knocked out as 14%. It will be a draw, tie breaks as 23%. For me, right now, it does feel it will be a tie break. But the point is, here, if Caruana ends this time control with the move knight e4, which is a very good move, because you want your king to come here and attack this and sort of stop these pawns. But the moment the king comes on the d file, in comes a check. Okay, first of all, king d3, there is knight f2. But if king d4, there is rook d8 check and you lose the rook. So that's the reason why you have to come back with your king. And then what has happened is this idea of pushing the pawn has slowed down. And here, black can push, right? I go rook, trying to stop. You push further. Now I bring my knight.
He plays knight
He
e4
gave a check. He gave a check. And Pragg, I think, has to come back with king. Not even c2, because Amrita, c2 square is for your knight. You need this for your knight, then to push. But you see, even this position is
Yeah.
not like only visual. It's also very tactical. So the moment this check comes, we think, oh, king can go further ahead. But the problem is the moment king goes further ahead, it is trouble time for you.
Yeah, lot method of elimination is very important here. Like
Yeah.
he will look at king c4, he will reject it. He will look at king d4. How hard you would say is king b2?
No, this is easy for Pragg. This is for sure very easy, especially with
Yeah.
30 minutes added to his clock. I don't think he will miss this, because the main point is after f3. Let's say I go knight c2, f2, rook f1. There is no easy way to make progress. While on c4 there was a fork, and so this is a very safe square.
Yeah, actually. Also, one question here: if I go knight e3, does it
Yes,
also work? Or
it's
is it...
possible, but then you want your knight to be used to push these pawns.
So in your whole landscape, what you're saying is the knight, the king, and the pawns, let them be a little away from this knight.
Yeah, this like these four people should make a team and say we will go on the offensive, while this rook says, Bhayo, you go, I will manage these three guys. So, and this guy alone will say, I will manage these four guys. So, and then this king is actually unsure whether he should go this way to help this guy or should he go this way to help this team. So it's a very tricky, it's like division of forces is needed. Who will do what?
Now this king definitely looks lazy, eating bananas there.
Why bananas?
Just like that.
By the way, guys, we have had 804 believers. Wow, we are at 799 when we just saw last few seconds ago, and we are now at 804. So it's time to bring
Read
up
out
our
the
names here. We have Santosh Nene, who's contributed 1000 rupees. Arpreet Singh Arora, 120 rupees. Thank you, Arpreet. Future Shah, 100. Arey, Future Shah. Tushar Kaul, 300. Shriram Subramanian, 5000. Manish Lalwani, 100. Pamela Jayakumar, 1000. Wow, these were the last few contributors, Amruta, to help chess. Today we started off with 726, I think. Yeah, 726 or
Amazing.
we are 726, I think, and we have had close to 80 people, maybe. Guys,
That's our highest was 87. Wow.
Yeah.
This is really amazing, guys. Thank you. Yeah, today Pragg's game has been so
Yeah.
interesting, so difficult as well. Can't even imagine the amount of, alertness he had to show, and still needs to show this. Another 1 hour.
No, this is not over. He has to go. He has to drink some water, eat his banana, get some fresh air. Not needed, by the way. And then he can sit down and start working again. It's not job done. It's just a small break on reaching move 40. We can quickly check what is up with Nurgul
Oh,
Salimova.
by the way, Magnus is sort of one only move. Can you go? I don't know when was it, but if he plays King B4, there is a super nice move for Abasov. Is it at this moment or maybe?
Oh, what a beautiful move by Abasov. Did you see, Amruta?
What?
Magnus here went King C4, Bishop G4.
What
And his
if
point
Bishop takes
is,
G4?
if you take, and guys, what is the move that Abasov was planning? White to play.
Oh wow! Amazing, amazing.
It's that mouse trap, right? You open the, you have a bait, you pull it in, and then shut the trap. Hitesh Dikshit, thank you for being the 805th believer on helpchess.org. Thank you so much. Oh, and our chat is right on the ball there. We have close to
68 people. Brishti Mukherjee, Alok Raj, Anand, Deepak Kanan, Shreyas Gokhale, Shri Ram, Samir Sinha, Ishan Gad, Mahindran TM, and Viru Sensi.
Yeah, and this was a great idea by because if you take f5 is just over because the pawn queens. So Magnus actually played check. He found it. Of course, he was going to find it, guys. Oh,
So no chances, yeah. So no winning chances.
but the thing was, Amruta, if he took here,
How is it still winning? D7.
D7.
Bishop D7, Bishop D7. Oh, D7 is draw.
is drawn, yes. But
B5 maybe here, Sagar.
v5,
And then A pawn is,
king f5, a4,
yeah.
king
Queen
f6,
square. But
A3,
You might move the.
f5,
Oh,
king
you can't go
c3,
A2. That would be a
bishop
blunder.
e6, b4, king g7, b3, f6, a2,
F7.
queen, and draw. Okay, this is a draw. But now look at the beauty of chess. That in this same line, if instead of pushing my pawn, if I first give a check, I'm kind of forcing you into a situation where you don't want to be. Because if you go king c3, now I go first king f5, and you can't push your pawn anyone because the moment you push, I'll make a queen. So you're going to lose time. Isn't this beautiful? That you need to move your bishop now.
So can you show how it ends?
Like let's say you do this. Now I do the same variation. Everything is the same. But you need one more move to come back to push the pawn. I'll
Just
take
one
this.
move
I
is
got
enough.
two extra tempi. And you go here and I go here and you go here. And now I push. You go here and I just stop it this way. Even if it takes you like a4, I'm way faster and I win.
Oh, it's all about the life choices you have.
So it was important for Magnus to give this check, Amruta. Because now when he goes here,
There is no D7. You can take Bishop A4.
no, you cannot, because I'll
king
take
F6
here.
still.
You need to play this move to win this pawn.
Okay, Magnus actually put in a little
Magnus
bit
has
risky
overstretched.
situation, yeah?
Magnus has overstretched
Yeah.
and actually can be in trouble here.
Yeah.
Wow. Magnus overstretching. Who would have imagined? And coming into trouble. Meanwhile, Mihir Makwana has sent 201 on helpchess.org, becoming our newest believer. Ashwini Agrawal, 101. Thank you, Ashwini. Nikhil Purohit, 101. And Disha Datta, also 101. Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. 809 believers. Bishop
Shashank
check.
says heartbreak for Goryachkina for the second World Cup in a row. 2 runners up in a row must be devastating. Oh, it's over. Yeah, you were checking that, right?
Yeah, I mean, all games are interesting and exciting. We saw till here and we never thought Goryachkina would fall in trouble here.
Oh, black? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was impossible to think. If anybody, it seemed like Goryachkina will be the one who can win. But unbelievable that.
But what is the secret sauce of Nurgül Salimova? Because she's played such amazingly. She's beaten everyone. It's like, Amruta, I went to the World Cup and won it. I mean, not I, but like an IM.
Ah,
Yeah.
Pragg. Can we go to Pragg? Because people are saying I don't know if it is true, he blundered.
King B2, he played King C2 or what? Ah, he hasn't played.
Oh, he isn't. Sorry for that.
We have the 810th believer Rishi Bhargava has sent 1001 on helpchess.org. Thank you so much, Rishi Bhargava.
By the way, someone had mentioned that we started with 746.
746. Okay, not 726. And we are now at 810. So 50, 64. Oh, wow. All the squares of a chessboard. 64 contributors.
Oh, nice. Dheer says every Sunday morning there is a happy street on Marine Drive. So can we involve chess there? Yeah, we actually been kind of.
Someone had told us actually
Abhishek,
because there are no vehicles, right? And you can sit and play. That's a very good idea.
Sunday everybody has an off, I guess. So to find people also.
No, it's possible. Very much.
Possible?
Yeah, for sure. Should think about it.
Sam says, can chess be considered as a sport? Of course, it is a sport. Sriram Rangachari says, Sagar, this reminds me of Vishy versus Topalov, 10th game of 2010 World Championship match.
Ooh, 10th game. I remember the 12th. I don't remember the 10th one. Maybe we should check it out. Was it some kind of a race? And by the way, Amruta, what are the chances of Salimova winning this? It seems very, very likely because she's a pawn up.
The black king is way
Black
weaker.
king is weak and also the rook is well played.
bishop
You
is-
don't get this square. That's the main thing with this bishop.
Yeah, but then.
But he's threatening to take. Actually, she can take and play rook g1. Oh, this is possible. And now threat is to take here and here. And meanwhile, Anna Muzichuk will. Nice move, no? C5. You may think, oh, he's just blocked it. A7, I'm winning, queening. But C4 and then I win this. But you can do king C4 if you want. But then I go king C6 and my king will go and stop.
So Anna will go. Anna will.
Right now, I
third.
would
Anna
say,
has the
Amrita,
best chance for third.
Pragnananda's game has the most intrigue left because Magnus most likely. Oh, this happened. This crazy stuff happened in this game. So bishop here, bishop check, king went back, bishop a4, d7, take, b5.
You can't lose attention even for a moment, right? In this game, that one moment somebody is a little casual and you are lost.
Yeah.
So amazing.
I don't know. Now the point is in order to go up takes a lot of time here. So that may not be easy. Like if I take here b4, king
Same
e7,
situation. I think we are at the exact same position
b3,
like last time.
check, king here. Bishop takes, king takes, and then this draw will happen because you have the pawn on the 7th and the
Oh.
bishop pawn.
Yeah, but king is on this side. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Doesn't-
but the
there
zone is something.
covered, yeah.
Some maybe if the zone is something here, I need to refresh my memory.
Here, that one.
Two squares away. Yeah, might be the zone. So the king is far away. So it's a draw.
Hmm. I think today there's definitely some stress of Prague's game because you
Oh.
know it's like what happened?
Look at the number of believers. We've reached
Whoa.
819. Just now we saw 810.
Really?
Sagar has given 501. Jitin Mukundan 200. Vishesh Bhagwat 200. Swapnil Doshi 111. Kishore Ithadi 1000. Nemit Ghosalkar 101. Shubham Joshi 100. Yuk Sonigara 2100. Hussein Shabbir 164. Rishi Bhargava 1001. Wow. Almost 10 people contributed. That's amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for all your generosity and support. Meanwhile, Pragnananda is not making his move.
How much time it has been, if anybody remembers, because the time will update after some time.
10 minutes.
Why scoreboard not updated? Because it is going on. So it's yesterday's results are there. Some moments in the stream are just quiet because you know it's like what's going to happen.
Let's
now?
make
It's
some.
like
Let's
that.
make the race. Okay, Amruta. King b2.
Okay.
Do you want to push this pawn or I want everything to be together, sort
No,
of?
but not the king. King आएगा तो बहुत slow है. So let's
Oh, he
go.
played king b2, and with he
Oh,
took
that's-
14 minutes almost.
So he's done.
Pragg
with-
will come under time pressure very soon again. But now, how much time will Fabi take? He has 40 seconds.
Okay, no.
And of course,
40 moves are over. So, Sagar, first question to you. First natural is f3. Fabi will start with f3. But if I say, ki, okay, wait a minute, and if I start with e5, is
I
it
was,
a blunder with
I was
rook
a bit
e1?
worried, yeah. No,
Not a blunder.
because f3 is there, right? Because you do this, f3, and if you take the rook...
Oh, there is...
Oh, he played it instantly. Look at Fabi's confidence.
He is using all the time which Pragg is thinking.
Wow.
So that is another reason why Pragg must be careful.
Fabi, what an experienced player, right?
Yeah.
He made this move like instantly, f3.
Yeah, for sure. No, because with knights on the board and time pressure is the risk, you know.
Okay,
It's not,
I have one.
and the passive risk.
Let's look at this, Amruta. Rook f1. Let's first bring the knight. I think knight needs to come in. f2. Now you are threatening stuff like knight d2 stuff. I need to go rook f1. Okay, I play this. Now you
now
get
rook f8 with the idea of knight d2.
rook f8, huh?
With the idea of knight d2.
Okay, interesting.
King c1 is too passive.
But I
then
need
what do
to
you
stop
do?
it. I need to stop. This is a good move, rook f8.
So king
King
c1.
c1, yeah.
Now I'll start with maybe e5.
e5 or king up.
What is faster? King g6, h5,
1, 2,
h4,
3,
h3,
4, 5. And I have
And
1,
E5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
No, I have e5, e4, e3.
No, you need to
that
move
is
the
slow.
knight.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he goes knight
Oh,
c2.
Pragg also moved very quickly to f3, brought his knight, which was a good move. f2 played by Fabi within, what, 4
How
seconds? 4 seconds he played it.
30 seconds है ना उसके पास.
हाँ, तो इसके लिए तो.
Oh
He
my
played
God.
it in
No,
4
he's
seconds.
calculated everything. So now rook f1 also will be faster because if you go knight e3 here, we analyze that's not a good idea, right, Sagar?
No, knight
Last
e3 is
time I asked
possible. I was thinking that let's give the rook this
that's
job.
the best move. Rook f1.
Yeah. How about pushing this pawn? Is it very risky?
Knight d2 as
Because
well. Knight
after
d2.
this there are no... Okay, king f6,
knight
suppose.
d2, knight d3.
Uh,
No, Sagar, knight d2, what is the problem? 1 second.
Knight
Are you going to
d2.
go knight e3?
yeah. Check
And
means
rook
I
D.
go
Okay.
king c3.
Got it. So what's the move? King f6. No, here what did you say? King f6.
Sorry.
Yeah,
So-
king f6.
No, but what should white play? I was thinking b4, but okay. Rook f. I mean, how do you know? Yeah, I want to push my pawns. But again, Pragg has to be patient. He can't push his pawn straight away. The moment he pushes his pawns, black is much better coordinated to take advantage, and I can't push it beyond a point.
If I go a6 here,
No, first a6. Now I go rook b6 and I am attacking this. If I push, then I take with a check. If you push here, then you will lose this way.
hey, rook a, no, not here, but here can I go rook a1? Still rook takes a6.
Yeah, rook. Oh, that's a nice deflection. Rook takes pawn, rook takes rook, and I queen. So with this pawn on f2, one step away from queening, defended by the knight, this position is actually very tough for Pragg because his pawns are going nowhere. These are like, okay, Amruta, so I want to do the best defense.
Yeah, rook f1.
King up, okay, and want to see how tough it is. a6, let's push the pawn. Let's try to deflect.
Rook b6.
Rook b6. Now I have a very nice move, knight b4.
I thought knight e3, knight d1, but yeah, knight b4 is amazing because you have defended
You can't
a6.
take, I push and I queen.
Amazing.
Okay, so what do you do? Because now I'm
King e-
threatening to push
Oh.
and it will queen. So you have to
What?
go back here. You go back, I push further. And once this happens, I'm very happy because just like how your knight is stopping, supporting a pawn on the 7th, my knight is supporting a pawn on the 7th.
Yeah, it's like
Then my
both of
pawn
them saying-
pushes forward. Then my pawn pushes forward. Then your king comes in here. Guys, this is how sharp this is going to become. He stops the pawn.
Sharp
Now
is
he's
an
coming.
understatement, Sagar. This is the sharpest endgame
Yeah.
right now, which we are looking at.
And I feel like now white is lost because I can't push here. He's coming here. My king is far. What do I do? And so here is the thing. I come here. You king come with
Rook
the king.
F2.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and king b4.
You can or just wait. Then you queen. I take. I come in further. Now you need to move your knight away. So you go back.
King b5.
King.
King a6. Shit, man. This is
We don't know who's going to win.
crazy.
And
Okay, practically
maybe
it is
what
very
he will,
hard.
maybe what he will have to do, Amruta, is after
Both sides.
b7, he has to give a knight, then a rook, then this, and it will. This might be dangerous, but it'll end in a draw.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So some kind of a race like this. Imagine we had to be so resourceful to push our pawn somehow, and he had to be very straightforward. So black's moves are very easy.
I see.
White's moves are very tough.
Dheer says Magnus is watching Pragg's game. I think for Magnus also this would be so difficult. So
I think Magnus already knows
He's-
that he's going to hold this. He's calculated his stuff. Because if the white king goes here to stop, he will go here and chop this one of the pawns up. And then he will draw this. So Magnus will be through to the finals. Meanwhile, Anna is winning here. Anna is drawing here. So that is, she's third. Tanjongi is fourth. And Nurgül Salimova is completely in control. She's going to become the champion today. Wow.
And then
That
she
is
goes to
huge.
candidates, right? I mean,
She's already in the
candidates.
candidates.
Sorry,
But she wins $50,000.
man, that's huge. By the way, we have a super chat from Pratik. He says, "Hey Sagar, suggesting you to add a mention of ATG tax benefit logo near to the help chess banner on the screen. It will triple the donations."
Oh, that's a good suggestion. We'll do it for tomorrow. On help chess above it, we'll make ATG supported. But if you go to helpchess.org website, you get that information. But very good suggestion. Thank you.
And once again, Sagar, we have a few names to read
Oh,
out.
we have 827 believers. Achintya Puri, 501. Sudhir Mishra, 101. Amruta, you can read a few.
Dattatreya Kulkarni, 200. Gaurav Shroff, 500. Shubham Thekiyal, 101. Dr. Aditya Allavarapu has given 500. Joe Ebiston, 500. Vinith Herange, 101.
Wow, thank you all for all your contribution. All of this money will be used for a good cause to help chess players, to help talented youngsters, and they will soon be fighting at these top tournaments, with all your support. So thank you so much. Really very kind.
Yeah, I
Just
think a
to
few
give you
years
an idea.
later in the World Cup, we will be having those players as well, where Help Chess has also supported them, and you guys have supported them
Yes.
basically. So
Just to give you an idea, like generally one of let's say a talent who needs to go to a tournament, sometimes their costs goes to 1.5 lakh rupees per an important tournament that they have to go outside India and play. So all of these funds will greatly help several talented youngsters. Meanwhile, Pragg, showing why he is one of the best talents in the world, finds rook f1. But Amruta, look at this. He spent 6 minutes to find this. He's at 9 minutes 52 seconds.
the only risk in this game is one is the time difference, right? And
Yeah.
Caruana is making use of it so well. When Pragg is thinking, he is prepared with the next move. Like here, normally he should be playing in a minute or something.
Now I think he's thinking.
But because he has so many tempting options here.
Yeah.
Also, we know at some point he did come down to 7 minutes when Pragg, had 7 minutes. So
But I think
Just hoping
these
for that.
are the kinds of positions which Caruana is good at, right?
Yeah.
He's a brute force calculator, and he wants to put his knight here, but unfortunately can't do it because this pawn is hanging. That gives me an idea, Amruta. How about I sacrifice my rook?
ooh.
Because then I can take here and I can give a check,
King
and
B4.
that is a fork.
And let me do the natural moves. King b4,
You play here,
knight f1,
you take here, and now
a6.
you are pushing your own pawn.
नहीं तो how can I push your pawn, Baba?
Oh, knight. I need to get out. I'll go here.
Yeah, okay, please get out. Knight e3.
And if you push, I'll queen first. So
Yeah.
you stop my queen. Okay. Now I hit your knight.
Knight f1,
And I somehow.
king c5, you have knight c8. Okay, go king c5.
There's this rule which
Yeah.
I want to tell the people.
Yes, please.
That with a knight, if you can stop the rook pawn on before it crosses the 7th rank, like you're stopping the pawn here, then the king alone can never beat the knight. See, this is an example. You might think, oh, it's just holding this square, right? All I need is to come here and I'm winning. What happens is, let's say a king here, I make a pawn push and you come here. Now I give a check. And the problem is, if you come up, I go back. If you go here, I go back. If you go here, I come here. So the knight always keeps rotating. And
Yeah,
it doesn't allow.
But in this scenario, how come white is, winning?
Maybe king c6, knight c8,
King c7,
king c7, knight a7, king
b7,
b7, knight b5.
king b6,
Yeah, knight d6. Very important move, so that if you push, there is king here.
knight check.
King c5, knight c8. I mean,
Maybe you were taking
maybe you have to
F2
come
pawn.
back. Yeah. But
But I
just
don't think Bar understands it.
no,
because
that's fine.
currently
It's winning. It's winning here if you take. But the main thing is the knight can stop a pawn if it blockades it before it reaches 7th rank.
Yeah.
But if it goes to the 8th rank, which is the big problem, like here, if instead of this, if I could have pushed, but there's a check. If it has to go and defend it here, then the king can easily come and the knight cannot stop that pawn. That's a very important rule to remember.
Wow.
But okay, rook f1.
And meanwhile, Sagar, we have a result. Magnus Carlsen has drawn his game with
Oh,
Nijat.
that's
he
a big
goes
result.
to the finals. And if Pragg manages to create some magic with Fabi, then we could have Magnus versus Pragnananda.
Because all three results are possible in Pragg's game
Yeah.
right now.
So one thing is clear at least, that it is either Magnus versus Fabi or Magnus versus Pragg.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, correct. Very rightly said.
Tumhara
What a
dimag.
smart person.
Once again.
And we have had 2 more believers on helpchess.org, which is our charitable Trust for helping chess players in India. We have Piyush Bhambhani who has contributed 101. Thank you, Piyush. And Anant Deval who has contributed 1116. Anant, thank you. Remember, Amruta, yesterday we learned about 1116 as a number which is
Oh,
supposed
yes.
to be very
Very lucky.
auspicious and lucky.
What is your prediction of Caruana's next move?
My prediction is that he will. Okay, there are two things. Either Caruana can play for sharp tactics with moves like Rook B3, but he will calculate it and say, no, it's not working. He may also calculate Knight B3, but he doesn't want to lose this pawn. Sorry, Knight D2 and this pawn. So he will think two ideas. One is to move the Rook, the other is to bring the King. This is, I feel, bringing the king is the most dangerous because it requires now white to be very, very creative with his pawns or else just lose the game because he's just coming in like this.
Yeah, all the natural moves for black.
Black's moves are like as natural as a baby smile. While white's moves are as artificial as, matured people smiling. They don't smile. Making them smile is not easy. A6. Okay, imagine I push the pawn. Now this pawn looks a little lonely, right? We just spoke about. But the knight is like,
B4 was...
I'm here for you. Don't worry. If the rook comes and attacks you, I will come and save you. Because then if he takes, I'll push. So, right now that pawn on A6 is doing okay. So he says, fine, I don't care. Because if you step one more step ahead, I will take you. So the king moves ahead confidently. Now you go knight anyway here because you know this trick.
Yeah. So he goes king G4. Just
you want to go here or you want to go here and move from this side.
Yeah, pehle simple. Acha, king F4 because...
No, king G4 is good.
Yeah.
Now I go...
Yeah, now what?
I want to... Oh, by the way, Fabi says I'm using my E pawn. Oh,
but
he did your plan. He did your plan.
No, the point is now, look, 1, 2, 3, but in the meantime he has to figure out for 93 and another move, like 5 moves, minimum 5 moves there still. Plus I don't know how he can dislodge this knight. Maybe he has ideas like these, Sagar, which are very sharp.
But I don't even know where will he move this knight.
Okay, so if you go with the same plan,
no, think about it this way, no, Amruta. If you move this knight, you lose this pawn. And if you don't move this knight, then how will your pawn come? So in a way, I don't understand Fabi's move so well. Do you understand? Because see, you want to push this pawn, right? So you need to move the knight. The moment you move the knight, I take your pawn.
Yeah, I understand his feeling that he wants these together. But move, yeah, it's pretty tough. But that's his feeling, right? So let's just try to check. If A6, same plan. I do nothing else.
But then he just wasted a move. No, with E5, I don't see the value of it in this entire race.
Yeah, like if you go rook f8 now with the idea of moving this knight, will I go b4? Will you go knight b4? What will you do here?
I don't know.
Maybe I want to attack this. So either I want to reach these squares. So either I'll go knight b4 with this idea or I'll go knight e3 with this idea.
No, your threat is to play firstly this move, right? So let me push here. And this is interesting because if you say that I'm going here, I will take this and then I'll queen my pawn.
Yep.
So you have to go back and say I'm stopping your pawn. So I will also go here and stop you.
No, but rook a7. Check.
Check. Yes. So you come up. Okay, and now you are threatening this. So my knight comes here.
Okay, this is one way.
This is nice way.
Nice way. I like it.
I think Pragg should forget about this little brother here who can never come up. Just push the big guy. The little guy is going to take time. Just, you generally, your feeling is sabka vikas, sabke, kya hai wo? What is the saying? Sabka saath, sabka vikas. But here it's not the case. Here it's like, ek banda aage badho. You have to get that guy ahead. You have to make that pawn go ahead. You can't have it.
So that will help all the others later.
Sabka saath, sabka vikas. That doesn't work here in this. Pragg goes a6. Pragg is like, okay, Sagar. Okay. I understand that this guy has to go ahead. He pushes.
ए pawn अडानी है. Sinusha. Oh my god. Okay, one more. Okay, so he's gone a6. Now, if rook f8 was one plan, and now the other plan is I ignore.
Yeah, you
and
bring
I
your
start
king.
now. One move less.
Yeah. But I'll do the same
I agree
plan.
with you. This has been a waste move. Maybe a difficult thing to understand in practical situation. Can I try my idea of rook c8, rook c2, and pushing this?
Arey Amruta, what you will push? You need to
Yeah.
remove the knight. You will lose this
Chance
pawn.
nahi hai.
And
Oh, I'm surprised how Caruana played e5 because out of all these options, e5 was still the least,
Yeah.
what to say, dangerous one.
Can I go and attack this and this both? Then you go and this is a problem, yeah.
Can I go knight b4 still here? One question to you.
Yeah, possible. This is a great move. Because you can never take this. a7 is coming.
Yeah.
So, a6, I really like Pragg's move. a6.
And Pragg did think, how much time did he take here for a6?
He took
He
2
had-
minutes, I think. Couple of minutes. His time is not updated yet. Meanwhile, Anna Muzichuk finishes third. Congratulations to Anna. And Tan Zhongyi is fourth in the tournament. We have Nijat, who will fight for the third, fourth place against the loser of Caruana versus Pragg. And Magnus will fight for the first spot and second spot against the winner of Caruana Pragg. And on Help Chess, we have another few believers who have contributed. A big shout out to our believers here. Swadhya Shri has contributed 1001. Rashi Kothari 201. Dhruv Zatakia 501. Piyush Bhambani. Thank you guys for all of you who are contributing.
101, yeah.
A6 के बाद
Let's go Pragg. Let's go Pragg. That's many people in the chat. But I think what position we still have reached, it's like with all the defensive ideas Pragg had to find in time pressure, less time, lot of tricky situations
it's
there,
very tough
and at
to,
least reached here.
Yeah, it's very tough to subdue Pragg. Somehow he's so resourceful, no?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not saying this. Maybe now it is going towards a little bit more clarity, right? After e5, what happened with e5, Sagar? Yes, it was a possibility, but it took away the danger. मतलब एक थोड़ा you say ना कि okay, now you're out of ICU types. That type of a feeling doesn't seem any more dangerous as such. And knight b4 idea is so
Yeah,
powerful.
night before, I think Pragg has seen it. So that's why he pushed the pawn. And maybe now
Maybe Fabi also missed it, Sagar. Do you think it's possible to miss it, or it's
could
very
be it's
obvious?
very difficult to see your opponent's defensive ideas many times. So knight b4, king g5, a7, rook a8, knight. I was thinking knight c6, but it's telling that such a configuration is not in your favor because somehow
How can I edit my videos with i3 laptop? I at least need i9.
sorry.
Such a configuration you said is not good.
I
So
thought
I think I'll not crack jokes because you.
I thought we have to suddenly someone in chat is asking about how can I edit my videos and all. I mean, in middle of such complicated
If
game.
you use the word configuration, then what do you expect?
But Amruta, last time, if you remember, we saw this same line, but with the pawn on back here, right?
Yeah.
And now we had gone like this with our king. But this time, the only difference is,
Oh, your e-pawn is faster.
yeah. So in such a line, I don't know, knight here, b7, take. Oh, I blundered. What? How did I blunder?
You blundered.
Yeah, how?
Thank God.
Oh,
I'm
oh
scared.
my God. I was so careless. I thought my e-pawn is queening. Guys, what is the move here for white?
Yes. Good.
White
good
to play
moment.
and draw.
All the training with the knights and Siddharth, even I thought that someone in the chat was asking about the laptop. by the way, Pratik Chakravarti super chats. White's moves are as artificial as a mature person's mind. Is the analogy of the tournament from Sagar. Also, Amrita's giggle following that. Pratik, thank you. Pratik
Thank you,
is
Pratik.
taking away some important moments.
Okay, let's see if our chat found what I did not. And the move is... Yes, knight b4, important 65
But
people. 95
is
are
the
all
maximum pair.
wrong people.
Oh, 70 people,
Because
95.
95, same idea to come here with a check, but king e3 and you are lost.
Oh, मैंने भी quickly 95 सोचा
हाँ,
casually. Super chats in so many chats, Sagar. What do I
But
do?
knight b4 with the idea of knight c2 and knight d3. So even if you come here, now I can give a check. If you come here, I can go here. And if you
Yeah.
queen, I give a check and I win.
But what
So-
has he played? You see, he played knight c5.
Can we just read out the names of knight b4? Very good, guys.
Knight before Chess Shastra, Sai Prabha, Shreya, Siddharth, Benover, PPPPP, Rahul, Narasimha, Shri, and Prashanta.
Nice. What is... Okay.
It's like go to washroom.
So, oh, he went knight c5. He played knight c5.
No, he played Rook f8.
No,
or
he
a6.
played c5. Knight c5.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, knight b4, this is what we were looking at right now. One possibility. In fact, can I try something, Sagar? I want to see if there is, earlier we were looking at Pragg's moves where every move had to be accurate.
Yeah.
And now, if I let's
Oh,
say
look
make
at
a move like
Pragg's move.
a7.
Pragg's moves happened. Praggg plays his knight. He
Oh,
knows this. He knows
great.
this little
Awesome.
idea that was there in the position. And also
Well
with
done,
this
Pragg.
move, Amruta, he is threatening to take the pawn. Because earlier he could
Oh,
not
actually.
take it because of check and you lose the rook. So now with knight coming up, he has controlled this square and now you no longer can give a check. So I am threatening your pawn. And
Suppose I play e4, rook f2. It's a bad sacrifice, right?
Yeah,
This is just not gonna give you
no,
anything.
this is not working.
Yeah, you also have a check. So knight b4. So what will Caruana try here, according to you?
By the way, guys, there's a very nice song on Caruana's name by Huga, who is a very chess musician, and she has made on Havana. She has made this song Caruana. So you can actually like she says Caruana Nana. Caruana Nana. It's a nice song, by the way. And Rahul Karthik is our latest believer on Help Chess. Thank you so much, Rahul Karthik. We have Sunny Tiwari contributing 151. Thank you, Sunny Tiwari. And Raja Ram has contributed 2751. Amruta, you have
2751.
only
Who's-
one chance to tell why 2751.
Somebody's rating.
Who? Whose
Pragg.
published rating is it?
Pragg.
No,
No, no, no.
Mukesh. What?
No, Gukesh's rating is live rating is
Yes,
more.
but this is published 2751.
Published. That's what first thought was Gukesh. Okay. Good one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all for your contribution. And right now, knight comes to b4.
How much time is Caruana having? Are we able to see that? Yeah, last Pragg had 8 minutes. Then he makes the move knight b4. And yeah.
Caruana is down to 20 minutes. So, yeah.
So in a way, it's already 3 minutes, right? Since Pragg played.
Yeah. But
They might come to equal time.
they will come to equal time. And I also feel more confident about Pragg's
Yeah,
defensive
yeah.
chances now.
Yeah. So are we... No, nothing to say right now. Let's not say anything right now. Tanmay says, super chat, Sagar bhai, time to show कर दो.
वो आ गया देखो तन्मय तुमने जैसे ही सुपर चैट किया टाइम आ
वाह,
गया
क्या ही टाइमिंग तन्मय.
He goes rook a8. Amruta, this is drawn now.
Yes, it is clear.
Caruana just said, okay, Pragg, I don't want to fight anymore.
No
I'm
race.
ready to accept a draw. You know why?
He's tired. If rook f2,
Yeah, rook f2,
knight
knight
a6,
a6,
knight a6.
knight a6, rook a6, and this is a draw now because I have a pawn.
And it's a very easy draw. Like, oh yeah, they are going.
Yeah,
for
they are
it.
going for it. This is the live board now.
By the
Knight
way,
A6.
AJ Poco super chat says blunder that gave Amruta a mini heart attack. Yes, absolutely.
So we'll go into tie breaks, guys, tomorrow. Most likely 99%. We have two more believers, Sharat Sharma 251 and Prashant Kankipati. Thank you so much, Sharat and Prashant.
Siddharth asked if Caruana qualifies, then world number 1 versus world number 2 in the final. Has that happened before? I doubt because Magnus never reached the finals. So never.
Yeah. But everyone wants Pragg versus Magnus.
Yeah, that is true.
Guys, if Pragnananda draws this, tomorrow we go into tie breaks. There will be 2 games of rapid 25 plus 10. Then if it's 1-1, then 2 games of 10 plus 10. Then it's 1-1, then 2 games of 5 plus 3. And then eventually a sudden death like 3 plus 2 game. Whoever wins goes through. If it's a draw, they keep playing again and again and again 3 plus 2. So I feel like tomorrow Pragg is a small favorite. I don't know.
That way.
I don't know if I am. Oh, by the way, why is Pragg thinking also, Amruta, here? Is Pragg suddenly going to say
or knight c6?
No, this is what I am always amazed about Pragg and these players. They want to win so much that even here he might feel, oh, I have a passer here, and now if I can control this, I can have some winning chances.
What he plays? What has he played?
See,
oh my god,
he's playing for a win.
I mean, not a win, but at least it's a psychologically, a shocker because Caruana is going to say it.
But why should you play this also is a question to me.
Because he believes now he's saying that I have an outside passer.
Yes,
that's
I
what
just said
saying.
30 seconds.
But that's what Pragg is saying in a way.
I said, Amruta, do you think Pragg is saying he has an outside passer?
Oh, draw.
Oh, they drew. Oh.
So that was
Pragg was smart. Instead of taking the knight, he played knight c6 and offered a draw.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, heart attacks. Too many today, guys. But tomorrow is tie-break time with Pragnananda and Caruana. Only tie-break in the house. Because most likely Nurgyul and Alexandra is ending decisively in Nurgyul's favor. Although, Amruta, when the World Cup is at stake, it's not easy to convert such a position. So maybe we'll see tie-break here as well. Tomorrow time is 4:30 p.m. guys. आ जाना टाइम पे 4:30 बजे 4:30 बजे guys. Dawn recap आज नहीं हो पाएगा. We have done a lot. Dawn.
Joy says tomorrow is Monday. ऑफिस में एक फर्जी मीटिंग सेटअप करता हूँ to watch the tie breaks.
4:30 बजे सारे मीटिंग लगा दो दोस्तों फर्जी वाले. Tomorrow Pragg actually I mean to be fair, he's not a favorite as such, but he would definitely have good chances. I think it'll be a good match.
Amazing, yeah. Niranjan says Fabiano feels more prepared with opening, so in shorter time format he's more favorite. But I would argue with this because with Nakamaura, Pragg was definitely better prepared. And many times in shorter time formats, you have a different opening repertoire as well. So that could be one thing.
Also, Pragg is well prepared.
Yeah.
So it may not be like preparation may play such a big role, but it can. Like in Pragg versus Nakamaura blundered out of the opening, and that really ended his chances. So that has to be always avoided, no matter who you're playing. Sharan Darius has sent 101. Thank you so much, Sharan. And Sunit Palve has also sent 101 on helpchess.org. Today we started off with 846 believers, 746 and reached 841. So we are 95 believers today, guys. 5 more perhaps and we reach 100. Wow. That has been a huge day for Indian chess today because Pragg has actually drawn 2 games against Fabiano Caruana, the current world number 2, and he is gaining a lot of rating points as well, Amruta.
Can we show the live rating?
Yes, you have built it here.
Yeah. Ujjwal Pardeshi, thank you for your super chat, says cannabis.
Thank you. And by the way, Pragg's last game against Caruana is not added yet. So after today's draw,
are you sure?
Yes, because it's only one draw is showing here.
अच्छा.
So if today's draw, he will get, now it's added,
Okay.
2722.1.
So he is 23rd in the live rating list, yeah?
Yeah.
And now classical game for this match is over.
Yes. And then if he manages,
Yeah. By the way, what is his rapid rating? He would have gained quite
Here,
a lot,
it's there.
I believe. Oh, there it is there. Sorry.
yeah, Pragg's rapid rating right now is
23rd.
2659.
Can we check the that one also? How much it did make a difference here? Oh, look
He's
at
gained
that.
some only.
665.
Yeah.
Rapid is going to be a slow journey, yeah. When you started,
Yeah,
I remember he started with some 1800 and 1900.
Guys, see you all tomorrow. अपन डॉन
Dawn नहीं
रिकैप
करेगा?
कल करेंगे.
अच्छा,
अभी
but
आज का
Rishi-
गेम में क्या ही करने का डॉन रिकैप. मस्त खेला अपना बंदा, मस्त खेला. लेकिन चलो थोड़ा करते हैं दोस्तों, थोड़ा मूड आयला है आज अपना. तो क्या बोला प्रज्ञा भाई, थोड़ा बोला कि अपन D4 खेलेगा आज. थोड़ा ऐसा डी पॉन खोलेंगे. ई पॉन खोल खोल के क्या होता है, अपना फैबी बहुत प्रिपेयर, डॉन फैबी भी है उसका नाम, तो अपन ऐसा खेलेगा. फिर इधर आया ना तो बोला काटलान ओपनिंग करेंगे अपन. ऐसा बिशप को साइड से लेके माग्नस भाई ने अपने को बताया है कि भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में जीतने वाला ओपनिंग है. ऐसा खेला, ऐसा मारा पॉन, इधर खेला, पॉन आगे लाया, सब कुछ ओपनिंग के हिसाब से चल रहा. अपन बोला फटाफट ड्रॉ करेगा भाई, अपना भाई आ जाएगा रूम पे, अपन मस्त पार्टी वार्टी करेगा रात को. सडनली ऐसा नाइट को साइड में निकाला भाई, अपन तो एकदम ही चौंक गया. मैं बोला प्रग भाई क्या हो गया तुमको, तुम्हारा हाथ कुछ ऐसा मतलब सुन हो गया क्या, ऐसा सडनली इधर इधर लाने का था नाइट को.
वो बोला तू थोड़ी ना पार्टी करता था वैसे भी.
अरे अपन तो रेडी है भाई. इधर ऐसा मुंह खेला भाई, फैबी अगर ये मारता था ना तो अपना प्रग का ऑलरेडी ओपनिंग में वाटिच लगेला था. पर भाई के पास एकदम ही गट्स है ना, तो कुछ डरा नहीं. बोला इस पॉन को मारा, फिर पिच्चू लिया, फिर इधर रुक आया, फिर ऐसा रुकने आया, नाइट को अटैक मारा, फिर नाइट को डिफेंड किया, फिर पॉन ने बोला चल निकल यहां से, फिर नाइट आया, फिर रुक को साइड में लिया, फिर रुक ऊपर आया, फिर इधर बिशप को पिच्चू लिया. ऐसा बिशप का मुंह खेला. मैं बोला भाई इधर मस्त ऐसा व्यू था, तू ऐसा क्यों अपना खोली में आके बैठेला है. वो बोला भाई अपन को ये पॉन को स्टॉप करने का था. ऐसा मार के मार मार के मार मार के मार मार के. मैं बोला भाई इतना एरो मत दिखा, अपने को कुछ समझता नहीं ऐसा सब. बोला ठीक है,
एरोगन्स है वो.
ओ एरोगन्स मत दिखा भाई तू, शांत बैठो सब लोग. ऐसा पॉन को पुश किया, फिर ऐसा नाइट को पिच्चू लिया, फिर इधर बिशप को लिया, फिर ऐसा नाइट आया, फिर पॉन आया, फिर मारा मारा, ऐसा मारा मारी किया. मैं बोला भाई ये क्या कौन सा एनकाउंटर चल रहा है, सब लोग मर रहे हैं इधर. ऐसा नाइट को इधर थकेला, नाइट को साइड में लेके आया, क्या चल रहा है. फिर किंग बोला भाई अपन छुड़ाता है नाइट को, वो अपन खेलता है ना बचपन में जोड़ी साकड़ी खेलता है उधर. ऐसा किंग आया, बोला नाइट को चल अभी तू इधर, तेरे को टच किया अभी वो क्या विष अमृत, विष अमृत मिला, इधर अमृत लेके बाहर निकला नाइट. बोला चलो इधर, और फिर ऐसा पॉन आगे 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 चल रहा है, और फिर बाद में मारा इधर नाइट को ऐसा लिया. मैं बोला भाई प्रग इसको मारने का था ना. वो बोला नहीं, अपन के पास एक आइडिया था, इसको खेल के डराने का और बोलने का ड्रॉ. तो भाई डर के बोलेगा हाँ ड्रॉ ड्रॉ ड्रॉ. ऐसा करके अपना प्रग भाई ने ऐसा ड्रॉ निकाला. कल मिलता है लोग 4:30 बजे, आ जाना दोस्तों.